Yet? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Um, we'll just wait for some more people to settle and then I'm going to get going. So I'll start again. Good morning, Molweni. Goeiemorgen. DVC management. Wonderful learning and teaching colleagues and students. What a wonderful day we had yesterday, if you were here. I can hear the buzz in the room. We started our day on transformational teaching practices, and it was really, really an awesome day. And welcome to today's session on the role of AI and digital tools. If you saw the program, you will see we are spoilt for choice. You don't know where you want to go. You want to be everywhere on this program today. But we're starting off today with in the plenary session. So yesterday was kick-started by Prof. Darrell van Grienen and Mukhtar Raban. I thought DVC we could go home then. It was like, yes, like that was, Margie agrees, it was awesome. They had a very powerful presentations with lots of provocations for us. If you missed that, just check with people what happened there or watch our live stream. So today we're going to continue that conversation. We are in a digital and AI moment, a turn of sorts. And yesterday, Darrell and Mukhtar posed very pertinent questions for us. So I also have some questions for us, and they are rhetorical, so please don't put up your hand. So it's just for us to think about. Leading on from what Darrell told us yesterday, have you used AI in any form since 1956? For me, this is quite a crucial question. Was what you asked AI to do against the core of who you are or want to be? And I wonder if that is a question we need to ask of our students when they use AI. Is it against the core of who you are or who you want to be? Should our focus be more on policing AI or on discernment of AI? And how are we using digital tools to enrich our work? How do we make sense of AI and digital tools in the academy? And how do we prevent our responses from becoming buzzwords and take on a sharper clarity? We know that it's very easy in the academy for things to become buzzwords and lose meaning, become Buyiswa, empty signifier, you will know this term, where it becomes a meaningless, like 4IR or social justice even. If we do not grapple with what that really means, then it becomes just a buzzword. So should we embrace AI or should we shun it? Does it offer a powerful scaffolding, and how can it be our partner, not our ghostwriter? And crucially for me is what role can Africa play in shaping AI and digital tools? And how will AI and algorithms, what will it do to our relationship with reality? And we know that that relationship is defined by deep complexities. So, lastly, often the question that arises in the academy is, what are we for? If our role is to continue promoting a breadth of thought, helping our students think, develop skills, how to write and do better, to make knowledge their own, to wrestle with it, to rework it, to engage them in a kind of cognitive apprenticeship, is that under threat? Do we then return to the traditions of blue books and handwriting? Or in-person exams patrolled by vigilant proctors? Where's the answer? Is it in the darkness somewhere? And can we be brave enough to go and look for the answer? So I want to also reference yesterday, Darrell had I don't know if you all saw on her slide, she had to AI or not to AI. So we all know that comes from to be or not to be. So I also want to reference some authors just with regard to AI. So I'm going to talk about and see how they apply to our perceptions of our AI turn. Just from the global north and south, just two writers or three. In the novel Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe references the destruction of Igbo society with this quote. He says, "The falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world." So he's talking about the destruction of a society. So are things falling apart for us? Are our centers no longer holding? Then, from the global north, Charles Dickens, this is a famous one, he says, "It is the worst of times, it is the best of times, the season of light, season of darkness, spring of hope and the winter of despair." And there he was referencing the French Revolution for bringing both hope and great suffering. Now, we see this in Africa, particularly in Kenya, which has become the hub for AI sweatshops, where big tech American companies outsource their training to exploit cheap labor and weak protections. Workers are suffering huge emotional trauma in Kenya from tagging graphic content. So even in the algorithms and the biases, studies are showing how easy it is for a simple statement like, "I am Muslim," to be flagged as hate speech by AI, to associate certain areas and certain people with crime. So how do we, beyond teaching our students how to use AI, ethically in our classes, how do we also teach them to be aware of these discriminatory aspects, these tech bros that are making lots of money off Africa, along with how to use AI for private good? But what about common good, using AI for common good? So lastly, I want to quote Dennis Brutus, he's a poet from Gqeberha, or he was. When he was in exile, he was writing about a future South Africa, and he talks, and in one of his poems, he longs for this South Africa that's filled with hope, he says, and all that is good, and that is fulfilling. And this is what our presentations lead us towards today, I would say. They help us to think how we move from seeing AI and educational technologies as a crisis to seeing them as opportunities, and even transformative, not say even, and transformative. They showcase what we are doing in our faculties to harness AI potential, and colleagues from elsewhere, Mind Joy and other institutions. How we are aligning our institutional values to AI and digital tools, and then what do we need in our space to, why am I already on Menti? What we need in our space to help us with AI and digital tools, and how we bring our stakeholders, including students, into this conversation. Colleagues, with those opening remarks, I'd just like to open the day and welcome you all once again. If you looked at the program, you would have seen that there is we're supposed to showcase a video, but it is going to be showcased tomorrow. So we just ask for your patience today. We have some changes to our program. One of the changes is going to be the couch conversation. The first couch conversation that is no longer happening, but our moderator will still be here to talk to us. We are going to head towards that soon. But before we get there, I have a Mentimeter for you. So like a good teacher, I have an activity for you. So I want you to, on your phones, log into menti.com. And that's the code for menti.com. Ismail. Hello.
How are you?
Good. Can you not find it?
No. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Don't I look?
Can you please have Wi-Fi password? They just very expensive.
Oh, is there no Wi-Fi passwords? Yeah.
No Wi-Fi.
No, there is. I'm asking. Yeah. Is Angus in the house? Okay. Somebody's calling him, Prof. Kiet. They're calling Angus. Sorry about that, colleagues. We went away. So have you managed to log in? Okay. So let me just go and see what's happening. You can put in more than one word if you want. So the question was, write down one word that shows how you feel about the use of AI and digital tools in higher education. So perhaps what we would I'm in the, oh, sorry, I have to move away. I'm in the field of applied linguistics. I didn't introduce myself, sorry. I'm Jackie Lick. I'm from the Faculty of Humanities. Any of my people here? I think I see them. There they are at the back. Mukhtar's here and Denver. So I teach linguistics. Now, what has this got to do with this Mentimeter? We do what we call very close analysis of words and what they mean and how they position people and what is being excluded and what are the opposites and what are the assumptions. So I'm going to ask any of you who've written any words here to tell us. So excited is showing up very strongly, and hopeful is showing up. So if we look at this, would we say that there are more positives than negatives in what you are seeing? I'm seeing interesting, trepidation, non-conformist. That's interesting. I would like that one to tell us what that is. Helpful, ever ready. Okay, who's that? Who's going to help us? Ever ready to help us. Experimental, responsibility, convenience. They feel convenience, right? Digital, good assistance, scared. I'm seeing scared. Paradigm shifting, new thought processes, anticipation, uncertain, trepidation. Lekker, okay. Enabling, anxious, eager, cautious, delighted. That's trepidation coming up a lot. Ethically, easy, uncertain, concerned, convenient, increased productivity. So we can see that there is, if we had to do an analysis, I don't know what would be what, but is there anyone who'd like to just talk us through their word and tell us the ones who have said the positive things? Who said excited? Nicole, why are you excited, and Paul?
And there's certain things that it makes a lot easier for us, and it can change the way that we allow our students to learn. So it takes things that have, it's a bit of an assistance. I'm very excited about what it opens up for us.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Thank you so much, Nicole. And then Paul, you're also excited alongside Nicole.
Thanks, Jackie.
Tell us what that means.
Excited because it creates a lot of opportunities, and especially with regards to creativity as well. I engage a lot with ChatGPT. He has a nickname. His name's Chatty. And Chatty really shares a lot with me every day, makes my life so convenient, and actually helps me to become more productive. So, yeah, if it wasn't for Chatty, probably wouldn't be sitting in this room today.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that. So I don't know, I see Prof. Bartis is frowning. I wonder if he's got trepidation, Prof. Hey, you want to share? What was your word, Prof. Bartis?
Thanks, Jackie. The word I uploaded there was lekker, because it's like a gastronomic experience that you wish to embark upon or not. You decide to what extent you want to use the tools and whether you want your students to use it. So it's about decisions, and it can be an enjoyable one depending on the parameters. Thank you.
TVC, yeah, that's interesting. We decide. So we still have a choice, TVC, whether we want to use it or not. Thanks. Thank you so much, you. And then anyone else? No? Oh, okay, then maybe I must just choose some words. Those who are concerned, it's a very small, and scared. Are you able to share with us? And troubled. Troubled seems huge. Okay.
Troubled was mine.
Madlies.
Yeah. Mine was troubled. I have to be the other voice in the room. Yes, I'm concerned. My job is to teach my students how to think for themselves. And I'm concerned how something like ChatGPT will rob them of the opportunities to develop their own skills. And I know that Terry in front of me is presenting exactly on that. So I'm looking forward to hear the alternative. But yes, so that is my concern, that our students will be robbed of opportunities to grow and to learn to think for themselves.
Yeah. Okay, maybe Dr. Jacobs, you at the back. Madeleine was just talking about students now, not being taught to think. Perhaps you can just tell us your word and what you think is exciting you in your space, because I know what you're doing. If you don't mind me picking on you, sorry, Viola. Dr. Jacobs is at the back. What was your word?
Good morning, Dr.
Morning.
Lick and everyone. My word, I don't know if it's there. I'm curious.
Yeah, it is
I think, yeah, I'm curious on behalf of the students, which way to go with this.
there. And just are you going to carry on, Viola?
No, I'm okay. But he
Okay.
keeps poking me and saying I must stand up.
Oh, okay. Vuyawa's students have a podcast called, and she's got the T-shirt on there if you look at the back. It's called AI Corner. AI Corner. Yeah, so they have a podcast that they do, is it monthly? And they're just talking about the issues related to AI in the PR department. So she's curiously finding out what's going on there. So I haven't heard from this side. I'm going to ask Koshila. What was your word, Koshila?
Good morning, everyone. My 3 words was excited, intentional, and what was the other one? I can't remember. Transformative. So for me, it's the first, not the first time. I have to stand. For me, it's the start, I feel, of personalized learning. Because I use chat and I have those conversations with chat, and I even question myself with those conversations. So the conversation's happening in my head, I pass it back and forth to chat. And from a student perspective, it becomes that personal tutor, exactly where they're struggling. Yes, they'll still have to learn how to discern the information, but I think that's what everybody in the room must emphasize, basically, for them. Just, you have to be mindful of what you're reading may or may not be true. So
Okay, no
that's-
thanks. You can just hand to Peter next to you, then he can tell us his word. Sorry, Peter.
My word is definitely excited. I'm obviously a bit biased, but I'm very excited about what this can unlock from a human teaching and learning perspective. I think a lot about how we learn and how we create new knowledge, and I think there's a lot of opportunity and potential for us to help to create those thinking processes with technology.
Okay. So who said lekker? I'm so curious to know. Was it you, Annelie? Oh, was it you? You? Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, so it was. I thought you said lack. So I thought lack. Okay, so I couldn't. Okay, so you were lekker. Okay, fine. Thank you. You, colleagues. We still have time to look. Okay, there's nervous, ambivalent. I think a lot of us are in that ambivalent space. We want to do it, but we're not yet sure. Yesterday, what came out, Mukhtar, during your talk, I think it was. Where people feel underprepared, how do we prepare ourselves for this that is morphing at such a rapid, pace? What do we do? And then I would say, I don't know, excited and hopeful seems to be looking more at me, but we also cannot ignore the fact that there are words where people are not feeling very good about themselves. Sorry, I've just got it. Okay, the Wi-Fi. I've got the Wi-Fi. I'm going to need to write it or just pass it to the gentleman. Who needs the Wi-Fi? Okay, it's the Yeah, okay. I'll have to put it up soon. So, colleagues, I don't know if there's anyone else who feels that they really do want to share their word because it's very different. There's a gentleman at the back.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just share on a little bit concerned and some of the trends we're seeing with AI is that there's also increases in depression, social isolation, anxiety, and it's also having a lot of negative effects on human development, especially in younger people. And as they grow up, you see they can't even pick up a phone call to order pizza by themselves anymore. So it is having a lot of social repercussions that I think we'll only see in a few years. Just to acknowledge that we are human beings and human connection from birth is a primary need for humans.
And how do you think we could deal with something like that in the academy? Do you have any thoughts?
Switch off the Wi-Fi.
Switch off the Wi-Fi. I don't know about that. Okay. I read somewhere that they say young people are forming relationships with chatbots that we also need to be, cautious around that area. But I think health and well-being is something that's important. And later on our panel after lunch, we hope we'll be talking to, how we can address these issues that are coming from multiple directions at us. So DVC, I'm not sure if you're ready for us, unless there's somebody else. We still have time. Oh, Buyiswa. And there's is it quick? Who's at the back? I can't see. Okay.
Hello.
I should have asked you to say who you are, right? I've been so rude, sorry. Please introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Bungseni. My word was. My name is Bungseni. My name was Digital Revolution. Yes, so I chose the word because evolution takes a long route, and the revolution is something that happens very speedily. That's why I chose the word. And also with the word, AI it influences discourse and civic engagement, with the potential also of benefits in the freedom of speech from people, and also it also comes with opportunities at the same time. And also, what else did I? And also participation in the digital economy. And also, it can also threaten the, data security. So, it's a two-way sided situation.
It's always got that, positive and negative sides,
Yes.
I think. Yeah, no, thank you so much for sharing that. Dr. Klangoti?
Good morning, everyone. For me, I would say responsibility. I didn't put up that word, but after the second last speaker, I think the responsibility goes to the developers and the users of AI, because the developers, they also need to make sure that they safeguard the users, and also the tools that they develop, they need to be safe and reliable. And because they're also humans, then you need to develop tools that are also aligned with human values as well. And for the users, I think we do need to understand the tools and how to use them, when and when not to use the tools. And then in that way, you are able to manage the tools, because we also have to look after the environment. I think it was mentioned yesterday that you can't just say hi to ChatGPT and wait for ChatGPT to ask you, okay, hello, how are you today? How can I help you? You're wasting energy. So just get straight to the point and ask what you want to ask, which is going to take you further. For example, Paul made an example of Chatty, that he wouldn't be here if he didn't have that sort of assistance to be more productive. So in that way, he's using it responsibly. So you have to think around every tool, for that matter. Are you using the AI tool responsibly. So it is within you and your values how you use it. So we must be responsible.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that, Dr. Klangoti. It also goes back to that second question I asked you, that as you use the tool, if I can just read that question again, it said, what I'm asking AI to do against the core of who I am or who I want to be? And is that what we need to ask of our students when they use AI? So thank you very much, colleagues, for all the richness and for bringing all your voices into the room today. I'm going to ask our very wonderful DVC to step up. And I'm just going to get your presentation ready. So DVC, Dr. Muki Moyeng will explain what she's going to be doing. I won't. So DVC, I'll just bring up your presentation, just close mine, and then...
So, yeah, not the PowerPoint first,
this.
The word first, yes.
The word, and then your PowerPoint is right there as well, DVC, okay?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, fine, yeah. DVC, there we go.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I think before I start my presentation or conversation, I would like to acknowledge colleagues who are not from Nelson Mandela University, and I think we should have done that yesterday. So, can I please have Mark? I'm going to start with you, and then the others, I don't know you by name. If you can stand up and say who you are and from what university you are from, because we really want to appreciate you being here. It means a lot to us. All right, Mark? Oh, the mic, please. Wait for the mic, Mark. I've known Mark for many years.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Hay. I've been in this game. I started lecturing in 1989. So that means I was born before technology, in a certain sense. Presently, I'm on council at UKZN. I'm the advisor to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Teaching and Learning at DUT. Before that, I was at Stellenbosch University in a similar post. Way back, I was an executive director at the CHE. So it goes on and on. But it's really a pleasure for me to be here, and thank you to the invite to DUT, DVC, for us to be here. At DUT, we're just beginning. Next month, there's going to be a meeting by TENSA, the Technology Association, to actually look at AI in the university system. And it was really interesting yesterday in the conversation about we need guidelines, not policies, because policies are too static, guidelines. And so what I did yesterday was go onto AI and say, tell me who in South Africa's got this or that. And yesterday was really the first launch for me into the space. The main concern that I have in terms of AI, going back to the prior conversation, is we have to be ethical with that. The tools don't replace humanity, don't replace our intelligence, and don't replace the ethical decisions and moral responsibilities we have as human beings. As long as we know that and train each other and not lead ourselves or students into what was said earlier now about having a relationship with machine learning instead of the human being's relationality is absolutely critical. So I'm really pleased to be here and to take the conversations of these days, DVC, back to DUT, because we're just beginning that space. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you so much. I think we must clap. I know Sol Plaatje is here in the middle. Can you bring the mic? Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, and thank you for the invite. My introduction is going to be brief. My name is Steven Sikwila, and I am from the Faculty of Natural and Applied Sciences. So I'm away from the pedagogy part, and we are also learning. My main discipline is mainly mathematics. So that's why I was interested mainly in the talk from yesterday, where we are now bringing in AI in the teaching of mathematics. And I'll hand over to my next colleague who's next to me. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tepam Moloi. Fortunately, I'm from humanities. I also teach linguistics like Doc. So, yeah, well, I'm a fan. That's what I can say.
All right.
Good morning, the Leonard. My name is Grace Moyo. I am from the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. Accounting is the discipline. Yes, I have another pillar in education, but accounting is my core discipline. Thank you. I'm from SPU.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Eva Mamabolo from the Faculty of Natural and Applied Sciences and Computer Science and Information Technology. For us, AI, we don't have a choice. Industry wants our students to know how to design applications that integrate AI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm also from Solplaki University. My name is Anita. I'm from education, the teaching of physical sciences. For me, AI is enjoy responsibly so that you don't misuse it, but at the same time, it gives you ideas because sometimes you don't have the idea of where to start. And you just prompt with the AI and it will give you an idea. You choose it and you use it to benefit the purpose. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. NMU, thank you for your hospitality. We're really enjoying to be here and we've learned a lot. I'm Sulet Perouar. I'm from Education Department Faculty at Solplaatje University. And for me, yesterday for the first time I thought about the possibilities it opens up for multilingualism, translanguaging with our dialects in the Northern Cape. It's mind-boggling how empowering it could be for students. The matric exams, for example, is one example where students have in the past had been disadvantaged because the Namakwaland students, for example, used terms that were scientifically correct but were not understood by the market, and taking back the possibilities that examiners can use, it's just positive in most ways I can think of.
Good morning, Johan van der Spey from Economic and Management Sciences, also at Solplaatje University. Should I stand up? Okay, I'm up. My field is entrepreneurship, and AI is exciting because it, as my colleague Anita said, it's a starting point for a lot of people that didn't know where to start. So I embrace AI. I think it is creative, and it's supplementary to human innovation. I do have my concerns, as I've raised yesterday, with the effect that it will have on the research skills of our postgraduate students. I'm not convinced yet that we can completely negate the writing skills of a postgraduate student. But at the end of the day, AI is not going to go away, and one has to find a way to deal with that. But in principle, I think it's an exciting cusp that we are entering as academics, whereby we didn't have it at all versus it's falling on us. So I embrace it. Thank you.
Anyone else from another university? Where's Forte? Chini Forte. Oh, yeah. Oh, and there as well at the back.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Ayanda Deliwe. I'm from the University of Fort Hare. Previously, I was at this university. I only started on the 1st of January at Fort Hare. The theme for today on AI, it's actually linked to the theme of our teaching and learning at Fort Hare that we are going to have from the 8th of September. So I'm looking forward to the conversations here today so that I can contribute meaningfully when I get to the University of Fort Hare on the 8th of September. Thank you very much to Nelson Mandela University for the invite, and it's really great to be here. Thank you.
There's someone at the back, next to Bongos.
Okay. Morning, everyone. I am Tamia Boetis, also from Solplaiki. I am a lecturer in the anthropology department. I'll make it very brief. AI is very transformational, and one of the things my students and I speak about is whether or not it's sustainable, considering Microsoft used over 700,000 liters just to cool down their stations for ChatGPT version 3, especially around the geopolitical conflicts happening in Congo, a direct result of resources needed for AI. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This is so exciting for me because you're listening to different perspectives, and especially the last one on the impact on us as human beings, you know. So thank you so much, colleagues. So I thought I should start with that. So what I did after Mukta and Darrell presented yesterday, I decided to, like you, Mark, really dive deep into Copilot. So that's what I used. And I asked Copilot, how do I do this? Does this work, yeah? Jackie? Mouse? Oh, yes, it does. Okay, no, I'm fine then. So what I did was to say, just to type humanizing pedagogy and artificial intelligence framework. And this is what it came up with. And it's so nice when they, when AI is excited. Great topic. This is where education meets empathy and innovation. Let's break it down, you know? And then they broke it down for me, and, you know, mentioning that it's from Paulo Freire, dialogue and mutual respect, you can see, and those boldface was not done by me, it was done by AI. So everything that's here, it's AI. And they've responded nicely. Here are the key dimensions of the framework, looking at personalization, empathy and simulation, ethical considerations, collaboration, accessibility, and what is the role of AI against these dimensions. What are the related concepts? I hope you see most. Oh, yeah. All right. Critical pedagogy and AI, as we know, humanizing pedagogy stems from critical pedagogy. And it explains how it can support or challenge critical pedagogy depending on how it's used. Human-centric AI-first teaching. Ne? And then it says, if you are exploring this for research, curriculum design, and policy development, I can help you build a tailored framework or even draft a proposal. Want to dive deeper into one of these dimensions? And I say, please build a framework. So that's me saying, please build a framework. Absolutely, it says. Here's a comprehensive humanizing pedagogy, artificial intelligence. And then it goes on, philosophical foundation, the core values, the root AI ethos, framework pillars. My computer goes down when I do this, so now I'm scrolling the other way around. So that's why I'm going up and down, sorry. Oh, so this way. Relational learning, someone spoke about that yesterday. Cultural relevance, critical engagement, personalized support, Koshala, ethical AI use, and the description, and then AI application example, how you can use it. And it also has these different implementation layers, the pedagogical design, and goes on, gives you everything that you are looking for. Or did I paste it 10 times now? Okay, because I had to take it from there. It speaks about student agency and engagement, all of that. And then it asks me, what would you like, or would you like help turning this into a policy brief, academic paper, or presentation for stakeholders? Then I said, oh, I would like a presentation. And so, Jackie, where do I get my presentation now? All right, so I got the presentation.
It's on my desktop, sorry.
Okay. Yes, please, thank you. Yes, and this is the topic that co-pilot gave me, reimagining higher education, a humanizing pedagogy and AI framework for, and I said for Nelson Mandela University, but it said for universities. And then that's me, I'm assisted by AI, but mostly this is what AI wrote. I'm assisted because I am the human being. And then it's even the questions, why this matters, you know, contextual challenges in South African higher education. It speaks to the legacy of apartheid and ongoing transformation. And colleagues, what I would like you to do, now it's bad classroom management that I'm doing because I was supposed to say that to you before I started with the presentation. To say, we are going to engage with what co-pilot gave me. And we are going to say where we are finding gaps and how we would have enhanced this presentation. So that's what I'm going to do because I'm trying also to respond to the question of how do we empower our students and academics to use AI responsibly and ethically. My belief is that any skill that you would like your students to have or any person to have, it needs to be taught. You don't gain it by osmosis. You need to teach the skill, you need to demonstrate. So to your question, Maralise, your trepidation and worry and troubleness. So how do you then as a lecturer familiarize yourself with AI and look at what it can do so that when you engage then in your class, you can engage, using using AI. So how do we do that? But I take full cognizance of what AI is doing to human beings, especially those who are so immersed in it such that they don't have any life beyond that. When we were at Siyapumelela, was it last month, and someone was asking, so who has used AI and for what reason? A young lady said, I use AI every day and AI is my companion. And I talk to AI every day. And AI asks me, so how are you today? And I say to AI, I am fine, thank you. So for her, the chatbot helps her to what? To talk to someone to pep her up. When she feels down, she goes to AI. See, exactly to your point, sir, that now we're not going to have any human interaction later on because AI is there and AI always talks about positive things. They're not saying, you need to get out of that. Go, and do something else. So it's a balancing act that we need to have. So colleagues, let's then delve into this. So why this matters, here are our contextual challenges in South African higher education. Is there anything that you would like to add here in terms of the contextual challenges in South Africa? Legacy of apartheid and ongoing transformation, digital inequality across urban and rural campuses. We've heard that yesterday as well. Need for decolonized, inclusive, and student-centered learning, rise of AI in education. Is it an opportunity or a threat? And I think what Jackie did this morning was to ask us that particular question, whether it is an opportunity or a threat. So I'll see by raise of hands if someone wants to say something. Can we bring the mic here? And no, there's an online, so you can't shout. If we can just be quicker, to come. Thank you.
It's the multilingual reality of our country and how AI engages with that.
Someone is writing. Thank you. And Nomawonga?
Okay. Thank you, GVC. I think one that's missing there is the attainment of excellent standards. I don't know how to put it where there's rigor in terms of the students that we produce, that they are capable, they are equipped with the skills of mind and intellect, that they would use problem solving in the spaces that they would go to. So I don't know how to shorten that. Thank you.
All right, okay, thank you so much. I can see people are thinking. Please raise your hand if you want to say. So we're gonna move on, colleagues. Then to what is humanizing pedagogy? Core principles, empathy, dialogue, and mutual respect. Jackie, I want you guys to come in here. Recognition of students' lived experiences, critical thinking and social justice, Ubuntu as a guiding philosophy. Is there anything else that we're missing?
Do you think critical thinking encapsulates critical consciousness?
No, it doesn't. You're sorry. Okay, can we have...
Okay.
If you can stay here at the bottom, now you stay there so that you can capture those people at that side and this side. Thank you.
My question, and then perhaps Mukhtar can respond, but DVC already responded, was does critical thinking encapsulate the core principle of humanizing pedagogy's critical consciousness, whether it's synonymous?
Thank you, Jackie, for that question. A really pertinent one, and this is often where academics get confused in the discourse. Critical, in that term, that phrase, critical thinking, that's not critical theory. Hence, it is not critical consciousness. So often in the discourse of humanizing pedagogy, I think your question is provocative and also insightful, Jackie. When we say we must become critically conscious, it's not the same as developing critical thinking. You are taking a reductionist approach to a really profound theory. It's the same as taking humanizing pedagogy and making someone humane or being humane. It's not the same thing. You can be humane by smiling, but being humanizing is empowering and liberating. Huge differences between those. So I think your question, Jackie, is prompting the DVC to add to this, that there needs to be critical conscientization, which is the tenet of critical pedagogy and critical theory.
Thank you so much. Conscientization, which is something that is really different. Thank you so much, colleagues. And then we move on. This is how you can do it in your classroom. I'm so worried that I don't teach any longer. Otherwise, my students would benefit from me. So, and then it goes on to say the role, you'll tell me when the time is up, ne? Please check, because I don't want to waste people's time. Still have to, but this is interactive, ne? So the role of AI in education, so what are the potential benefits and what are the risks to mitigate? So personalized learning again, but we're gonna also add most the conscientization and all of that. Scalable support for diverse learners, real-time feedback and adaptive content, simulation-based critical thinking. So you must think across the lines of your own discipline as well. Is this, in health sciences, Elma, you know, in medicine, Elma, and Terilyn in pharmacy. So yeah, risks to mitigate bias and exclusion, and I think Jackie spoke briefly about those, and our anthropologist there at the back from Sol Plaatje also mentioned, you know, the mitigating factors and risks, really. I was not even aware about the liters of water to cool down these machines that we so readily use. Because when you type in, Copilot just comes, I'm like, when did it think? Because most, as a human being, you start to think about something, but it's there, and it's like, the whole page. So, yeah. Data privacy concerns, someone was talking about that also earlier in terms of security and our safety and cyber security as well. Is there anything else, colleagues, that you would like to add here? There's no Lutando here. There's no Lutando here. Yeah, and then...
Yeah, I'm looking at risks to mitigate, and I am wondering about the ability or strategies to authenticate the information that is readily available, because not all the information is accurate. Yeah.
All right. And I did not authenticate anything here. I'm just giving you as I got it. There's Marilise there.
Hi, yes. So because I'm in the business of learning, something that I've learned from my students is that they lose confidence in their own ability to think for themselves because they're so used to using ChatGPT that if you ask them, put everything away, write on a piece of paper a paragraph about this, they are terrified because they think that they can't do it. And so that for me is a big risk, that sense of confidence, that they lose confidence in their own thinking.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. There's Paul and Eva.
Thank you, TVC. So I asked Chatty, what have you done for me in the last 8 months? And Chatty's summary to me was, I provide you with writing support. I provide you with academic guidance. I've provided you with practical problem solving, leadership development, and everyday inspiration. What I do need to highlight over here are the words guidance and the words support as the function of AI. I then continue to ask Chatty, why should people not be scared of you? And his answer to me now is, because I'm a tool, I'm not a replacement. I don't take over your thinking, but what I do is I support it. Just like a calculator helps with numbers. You stay in control, I'm not in control. I don't act on my own, I only respond to your prompts. And so the direction, decisions, and outcomes still remain with you. I save you time and I spark creativity. So instead of replacing your creativity, I often help people get unstuck. Number 4, we collaborate. It's not a competition between me and you. Think of me as your partner in brainstorming, not as something that threatens your expertise. And finally, and very importantly, I'm still learning from you. Every time we interact, then I adjust to your style and needs. That means the partnership gets better and not scarier. And that later on there'll be a presentation by Tion. And one of the projects that we are working on is multilingualism, and connecting it to an AI tutor bot. And we are teaching that bot how to respond in translations. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Eva?
Thank you so much. I was looking at the potential benefits. I don't doubt they are there. But now, in my discipline, students come to university without the foundation of coding. So now when do you introduce AI and not running the risk of them not having a solid foundation where they are able to tap into what my previous colleagues, those benefits that he mentioned? Where do we draw the line? Where do we start from the IT perspective? Because I can run a prompt and it can generate a website for me. Some of the AIs do that. So where do we start? Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, there's Mukta at the back. If you want, okay.
DVC, I think there's a very important layer that is maybe missing in our conversations currently. It is surfacing here and there, but we really need to talk about the issue of ethics. Because ethics is a very subjective concept. As academics and students in the room, we are familiar with the idea of ethics in the research process, which guides us, these really statutory developed policies and guidelines which tell us how to do our work in research. And the challenge of AI, which is still debated until now, is the issue of what is ethically acceptable. If you ask an academic who's not familiar with it, they will say it is completely fraudulent, plagiarizing. Noam Chomsky said AI is just a grandiose version of plagiarism, and there are various perspectives on it. If you ask a student, and I engage with a lot of my students, and I ask them, what do you deem acceptable? They have a very different interpretation of what is ethical and what should be acceptable in the academy. So, and then I just want to close this with this comment, TVC. I come from a conference, last week, and I was honored to meet I don't know all of his titles, but he is a robotics engineer, and he came to that conference to present a humanoid that they've just developed, and they are promising to release it before the other companies in the United States, and they are saying that they will have a humanoid version available, this robot available for domestic use and personal use within 3 years. And so, as a computer scientist and robotics engineer, he was absolutely thrilled to share his research and have a little model at this conference. And everyone was oohing, eyeing, at the shiny new technology. And then I asked him a very important question. I asked him, what frames the ethical approaches and processing of this humanoid before I put this into my home? So he said, and I didn't like his response, because it's already done, the technology is done, they're just getting the clearance from the governments and so forth. He said the government will determine the ethical guidelines. So I said, is this post you're designing, that we are looking at something and you are ready to push this into our human spaces? And he said, well, that's how this works. They are still deliberating on the ethics. And once they give us that policy, we'll just program it in. And I thought this is the challenge here, because technology is pushing the human agenda. And so I think in education, DVC, this is going to be absolutely critical. We see, and my colleague mentioned earlier, of the health, wellness challenges. The younger generation are developing romantic relationships with AI. And do you know why, DVC? Because it's amazing to have AI wake you up in the morning and say, how are you, my love? My love. And it's basic human affirmation. And so AI, our students attend our lectures, they don't understand, and they take it to AI, and AI gives a more salient interpretation of the concept. So I think the question should be, how do we get to an ethical framework? So I think that's missing here. I don't even think it's a risk to mitigate. We need an ethical framework that guides AI literacy development for students and the usage of AI as a proactive and transformative pedagogical approach.
All right, thank you so much. Marley?
Thank you and good day, colleagues. I'm wondering, I teach marketing, so it's in the service industry and it's about connecting with people. And I'm looking at the risk and I see human connection. But for us, it's also very important to teach our students soft skills, what we used to refer to as soft skills. But at the latest conference I attended, they said it's actually just human skills. And can we really say human connection and the human skills that we need to teach our students as part of our everyday educating them? Is that really the same? Because if I look at soft skills, so I wrote responsibility. If I look at AI, my biggest sometimes fear is responsibility. And I like the colleague that said the different perspectives, because I just looked at the user perspective. We need to teach our students to use AI responsibly. And we are challenged in our school and in our department to look at the different levels of students and to teach them what is responsible use of AI at different levels. And for example, we give them a framework. We say, go to AI and look at the framework, DVC, just like you did. Now let's us unpack it. That's one level. And then we add. But my challenge is human skills in terms of that brainstorming with AI and not with a human. Because if you brainstorm with a human, we teach them to look at body language, pick up the body language of the person on the other side. Because marketing is about acknowledging differences in people and actually using it to guide them to experience the offering we have for them in a better way. So whatever we can do on AI, I acknowledge what my colleague said, but in the service industry, it's important to have the person there to pick up on cultural cues. Eye contact, for example, that's different in different cultures, and that doesn't show disrespect like a Western culture might think. It actually shows respect in some of our African cultures, not to look at an older person. So that is risk that we need to mitigate in educating our students if we want them to connect more with AI, that there's certain human skills in our field that's extremely important that we might not be able, or that we are challenged to teach them using AI platforms. So from my perspective, to me, that's a risk. The translating and educating the human skills needed in our particular field.
Thank you. There's Nobuntu, and then, no, she's got the mic already.
I've got the mic already.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nobuntu Ndandiso, and I'm from the Department of Linguistics and Applied Linguistics. So as somebody who engages with language and who also deals with translation studies, we always grapple, especially in applied linguistics, about language loss and language maintenance. So now my concern with AI under risk to mitigate is in which languages are we engaging with AI? How much are we, as the indigenous speakers, engaging with AI in our indigenous languages? Because now we are trying to bring these indigenous languages into the classroom. However, the question is for AI now to know my language and to engage in my language, then it means that I have to feed it information in my language. So that is the risk to mitigate, and that is something that comes to mind, especially when we say we want to have multilingual classrooms.
Thank you. There's a hand next to you, Elma. Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joshna, and my background is I'm from the medical school, but I am also a bioethicist. And I think really what I'm hearing from Mukhtar about the need for an ethical framework, and it ties into what everybody is saying about the human aspects and even just humanizing pedagogy, and that raises that whole philosophical question of what does it mean to be human? And I think we now have to look at AI as a human enhancement. And there's been lots of conversations about human enhancement in bioethics. And this is another way of thinking about how do we advance as human beings. And if you think about so there's lots of theories, but if you think about in terms of capability theory, if we say that our goal as humans is to be the best humans we can be, I think that is an awesome framework that aligns very nicely with humanizing pedagogy. But these are the conversations we need to be having. And for me also, it's very exciting that we need to now, as scientists, start drawing in the philosophers and start having these conversations about how do we humanize pedagogy with an ethical framework that recognizes AI as a human enhancement.
Hope someone has written that down. Thank you so much, Joshna. Colleagues, thank you. Yeah, I only have 2 minutes, 4 minutes now. So yeah, this was a nice class, really. And then it goes on to humanizing pedagogy plus AI integration framework. It gives you the pillars, SA focus area, AI application examples, and it talks about decolonial pedagogy, indigenous knowledge, multilingualism, Nobuntu, and then AI curated local content, and so forth. All right. And then it also gives me the implementation strategy. So how do we look at the curriculum? How do we look at infrastructure? And how do we look at assessment? And this morning, how do we look at ethics as well? Thank you so much, colleagues. Is there anything else that you think is missing here as we want to implement with all of these cautionary measures that we've been talking about? But how do we then look at implementing this strategy at a university? So number one, we have to look at the curriculum. That's important. The infrastructure is there, assessment. Is there anything else missing here or something that you would like to add, Marlies?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got such strong feelings about this.
No, you don't have to be sorry.
No, I'm not going to be too sorry. That's why I have the microphone in front of me. Yeah. So personally, I think that AI is dehumanizing. And I think the fact that we want to try and make it humanizing is very weird and scary. It's dehumanizing. It's not a human. Even though it might display some characteristics, wow, to try and say it's humanizing, I disagree. And I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. As it Bongi Nkosi, we only have 2 minutes there, so be straight to the point. No keynote address. Sure. Yes.
I think I'll be very short, TVC. Again, my name is Bongseni.
I was Bongseni, sorry. I say Bongi Nkosi.
Even my friends call me that. I don't know where it's coming from.
From me.
I think the urgent call is for lecture development, because we need e-classrooms to be engaging. If it's just the teaching, and the learning is only for the learner to learn, it must be a learner-teacher. You learn from the teacher, the teacher learns from the learner. That is the learning and teaching process or cycle. Should be like that. And also, openness to learn new things and to move with times correctly. Adaptation or evolution, it should be like that. And also, the call is for engagement. Engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Bongseni. As I conclude then, so I think this is the last slide as well. So stakeholder roles. So what is the role of the lecturer? What's the role of the students? The technologists, whether we call them learning designers, Koshala, universities, the government, what do we have to do to make sure that we have this? And evaluation metrics. I call to action. It's like at the end, let's lead the future of learning, Marlies. It says so. Pilot the framework at selected departments, host cross-institutional workshops, develop policy aligned with Vision 2030. That's what I put in Vision 2030, but it says to the vision of the institution. And Mark, it says policy, it doesn't say guidelines. empower students as co-creators of the AI augmented classroom. Colleagues, thank you so much for the engagement. Really appreciate your interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, TVC. You have had a really good class. We'll give you a very good evaluation. Colleagues, before we move to the next session, just wanted to, oh, I've left my notes. Just for colleagues who are from SPU, from Fort Hare, well, Ayanda will know, and then from DUT, that if you weren't aware that humanizing pedagogy is our underpinning, philosophical underpinning at our university, hence the fact that we, speak it and act it and all the time. So in case you were wondering why we were talking about humanizing pedagogy at this institution. Secondly, DVC, my question to you would have been, but of course we can talk about it later, whether you felt that your voice that was missing here, whether it was a true reflection of you, that AI assisted. And then thirdly, just to say that at our institution, just this, I think it was the student who spoke about you learn, you teach. At our institution, we flip it. Most institutions talk about teaching and learning, but here we talk about learning and teaching because we say you learn first. So you will, our DVC is the DVC of learning and teaching. Not teaching and learning. So it's the other way around. So I just wanted to make that point. And then for the bioethics person, my philosophy colleague is on his way. He's going to join a panel later after lunch to talk about ethics. Karabo specializes in ethics and AI. So please come along to that panel after lunch. Then I want to now move us to the next exciting part. Peter, I don't know if you would like to come up, please, and set up. We welcome Peter Haynes from MindJoy. He will be presenting to us today. And as he comes up and sets up, I'm going to try and talk to the side here. Maybe I must take this. Okay, Peter, I don't know if you want to stand and smile then while I introduce you. Okay, so they're going to be just putting Peter's computer up. But everyone, this is, let me get my notes. This is Peter Haynes. He is a co-founder at MindJoy. That sounds like a beautiful concept. And I'm going to read his bio. It's a leading AI-powered platform for STEM, not STEAM. Okay, Peter. Education that partners with universities across Africa to transform learning and teaching at scale. So I don't know if it's too disturbing for you. Maybe I must wait. Are you done? Okay, there's too many things happening, so I'll just wait for them to finish. Good. Okay, good to go. Thank you so much. Okay, let me start again. Okay, Peter is a co-founder at MindJoy, a leading AI-powered platform for STEM education that partners with universities across Africa to transform teaching and learning at scale. I just wondered what at scale means. You must explain that to me. He says he's a serial entrepreneur with a unique trajectory from chartered accountant to fintech to edtech innovator. And he previously co-founded Luno, I don't know if I'm saying it right, one of the world's leading cryptocurrency platforms, scaling it to over 9 million users globally before its acquisition by Digital Currency Group. So we can talk to Peter about other things outside. He's passionate about technology and education, and now he applies his expertise at MindJoy to solve higher education's most pressing challenges, which are declining pass rates, overwhelming class sizes, and the transition to AI-first learning. And Peter helps institutions scale educator impact without compromising quality, enable the personalized learning. Who spoke about that? Personalized learning, I'm trying to remember now, at scale, and confidently navigate the AI revolution in education. And Peter says, if I need anything else, I must let him know. Thank you, Peter. Welcome. Thank you. So
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's I was having a bit of a giggle this morning. You can have all the AI tools and help, but in the end, you need to step up and you need to speak to the crowd and you need to do the thing. And you know, that's AI can't experience that feeling and sort of, you know, have that lived experience. But that is how we grow, and that is how we you know, that is sort of how we learn, and that's very exciting. So for me, I'm one of the co-founders at MindJoy. I have two other amazing co-founders with me. Gabby is a teacher that is taught everywhere from Silicon Valley and underprivileged communities. So she has a very wide exposure. And our other co-founder is Ethan, who's our CTO. I want to really just take the opportunity to thank Nelson Mandela University, the DVC, Paul and Dr. Wing. Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity to present here. I really do want to have an engaging conversation with you. I want to leave a lot of time open for questions and answers. And I really do just want to, from an industry perspective, want to share my experience and my knowledge. We're based in South Africa, and I'm very excited about helping us to solve the problems that's in South Africa and in Africa, and working to see how we can actually unlock the opportunities and the potential that this new technology potentially enables. So this has been a very rich conversation. I think a lot of the thoughts and ideas I wanted to share here today, we've been discussing, and I hope that I can share sort of and insights into the case studies and the use cases that we are seeing other lecturers experimenting with, and how they're unlocking some of these things that we're speaking about. So, and then I think I'm really excited about the reason I'm also here and doing this is because I'm very excited about you know, if you have to think about we as humans, we fundamentally learn from the day that we are born. So we want to improve ourselves, we want to better ourselves. What drives that motivation? What drives that curiosity when you look at a 2-year-old or you look at a 4-year-old and they're asking questions without any reserve, without any, you know, care in the world? They just want to learn, they want to absorb knowledge, they want to understand the world that they're living in. How do we create that motivation? How do we create and unlock that curiosity? And how do we actually make sure that the students and the next generation is motivated and excited to live and learn in a world that is being fundamentally transformed and changed by technology? So I think, you know, if we think about technology, we all know that the fact is undeniable, the pace at which this change is happening. It's been 40 years since we've released the first computer, and we're now sort of at generative AI. It's 40 years. It's not even it's not even a generation in terms of the pace that it's happening. I saw this photo. It is OpenAI's $500 billion investment into data centers and processing power in terms of like the infrastructure that they are putting down. And they're not the only company that's putting down this infrastructure. And $500 billion is an unfathomably large amount. My brain can't even think what that means. But that is the kind of investment that's going into this technology and the sort of potential that we're trying to unlock here. And I think that this really drives home to me the fact that this is going to move very fast, and the next step is going to be even faster. It's not going to take 40 years, and we're already seeing that. And I also think, we're looking at, we're at the cusp of unlocking things like quantum computing. We're at the cusp of unlocking things like fission energy. So the world is going to be a completely different place in 20 years from now. So bringing this back to how learning is transforming, and I think this is the conversation we've been having so far, is that we are social learners. We learn through experience. We learn together socially. We learn together in groups. We don't sit by ourselves and learn. Like, that is a really hard thing to do. And now we actually have a partner that enhances us, and that is AI. Secondly, when we actually need to test our understanding and our knowledge, you can't necessarily standardize those tests across all skills and all all students. You need to create authentic and experiential learning experiences and assessments for students. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. We're unique. We come from vastly different backgrounds. It's amazing to have conversations with engineering lecturers where they're saying, I would like to help and support my students because these are first-time engineers, so they don't necessarily have the frameworks and the mental models that students with second or third generation engineers or doctors or accountants or lawyers have. They're paving the way. This is the first time that they're engaging with these new skills and that they're learning. And they don't have the frameworks and the help and the support they need to help them to be successful. And then lastly, I think we're living in a world where things are instant. So we want instant feedback. We want to know how we're doing. Students, we can't live in a world where students need to wait to understand where they are, where their learning is. We want to get the feedback loops so that we can learn fast, so that we can improve, and so that we can iterate. So, I think this is the way that learning is being transformed. So, as we've discussed today, this transformation is happening. We have a choice. Do we continue on the path that we are? Do we allow declining engagement and motivation in students to happen? Do we allow the growth and inequality? Do we continue to allow the stretched resources that we are working under, or do we actually transform and scale the impact that we have? We figure out how we can actually use these tools to help us reach more lives, unlock more human potential, personalize learning, give those experiences to students, transfer our knowledge in a personalized way, and empower students. So at Mindjoy, we're thinking about the ways in which we are now, which is now becoming possible through the tools that we have, the digital tools. And I think the first thing that becomes really interesting is that you have the ability with the tools and the technology that's available now to personalize the learning journey a lot more. You can provide instant feedback to students. You can provide this feedback into their own language. And students can engage with and learn at their own pace, which means that you can engage a student where they are. I've had a lecturer that told me she saw an AI explain a concept in 3 different ways, a complex engineering concept in 3 different ways. And she just said, I don't have the time to do that with every student, and I certainly don't have the patience to sit there patiently and explain a concept in 3 different ways to make sure that somebody understands it. I think also, in terms of making the experience a lot more authentic, we've been seeing case studies and use cases where lecturers have been using AI to create experiential learning engagement, where you can create agents that can simulate specific experiences, which creates a very safe environment for students to engage with and develop their soft skills, develop their communication skills, develop their questioning skills. So, on the one hand, we have the potential here to enable students to learn in a safe way, and to help them build their confidence so that they can engage with the real world. Because a lot of times, you need to practice. You want to practice in a safe way. We also, it's also possible to engage the learning process through Socratic questioning. So you can help the students to think through and understand what motivate their reasoning and help them to think through through the problems that they're working through. You can give 24/7 access to students, which is, most students learn after hours. We have about 70% of our engagement, 70% of our questions are asked after hours by students, 2 o'clock at night. They're engaging, they're asking questions, and they have nowhere to go. And I think another example that was also mentioned earlier is you have a place to start. A lot of times when I will look at a problem or I have to solve a problem, I don't even know necessarily where to start. Which book do you need to read? Which skill do you need to acquire? Where do you start? So these tools really enable students to start, to jump into a problem, to dive into a question, and to get going. So, I think having tools that helps that thinking process through a Socratic questioning method instead of just giving the answer is really been impactful and helpful for students. And then I think lastly, we want to, if we look at sort of current assessments, you can give a student multiple choice questions and you maybe have a grade, but you don't really have insights into that learning process and the thinking process. So, now with the thinking process being outsourced or potentially can be outsourced to AI, how do we create that learning visibility? How do we actually assess the process of learning and not necessarily just the output? And how do we make that visible? And how do we ensure that we can actually see that the learning has happened, that the students have actually demonstrated those skills? So I'm gonna discuss 2 case studies that of lecturers that are actually implementing sort of that's making this as a possibility and it's a reality, and they are engaging with these tools and they're making it a reality for themselves and for their students. So the first case study I'd like to talk to is Clive Hands. He's a lecturer in mechanical engineering. He's here at Nelson Mandela University. So he faces the challenges that most lecturers face. The students have a very short amount of time to learn complex engineering subjects. The syllabus is very demanding. The students have limited practical experience. Because it's the first time a lot of these engineering students need to practically apply the knowledge that they have learned. And then there's also a postgraduate group that works with industry where the stakes are a lot higher in terms of preparing, designing, and actually being in a position to present their problems. And then lastly, it's just overwhelming to support students on a one-on-one basis. If you're sitting with 100 or 200 students in your classroom, you cannot support those students on an individual basis. So with Mindjoy, he's been able to really scale his impact as an educator, and by giving his students an AI tutor that the students can engage with 24/7. They don't have to wait for an assistant or for him to answer a question. They can get going immediately, they can unstuck themselves, and they can move a lot faster. So that was the first implementation. The second implementation is to use a lot more advanced formative assessments. So what we want to enable with students is we want them to make their learning visible, we want to make their work visible, and we want to not just do that, but we want to enable them to do multiple attempts and do multiple practices. So, mastery happens through trying something, making a mistake, learning from that, trying again. So on our platform, we enable students to do multiple attempts, to submit their work. You can do a rubrics-based assessments or a mark scheme. You can do fundamentally a lot more advanced assessments. You have multimodal capabilities. In other words, AI can actually read and interpret diagrams. Which makes it possible for you to really actually bring in the visual components also, and obviously, you can recognize handwriting. So the way that we make this transparent is the way, and where you bring the human in the loop, is that a human can actually review the thinking that the AI has done in terms of the assessment. You can make adjustments to that assessment, and you can create instant feedback to the student, which means that the student has a very good understanding of where they need to improve and what they need to do. I just want to pause there for a minute and then ask if there's any questions, in terms of sort of the application specifically for engineering. Clive is also here if you'd like to ask him specifically questions on his experience. Yes.
Hi, Andrew. So just quick one. What are we looking at in this image on the right? Is it the student who has taken the picture and then we have the feedback?
Yeah.
Or is it, that's what we're looking at?
Yeah, so we're looking at a student that submitted their answer to a question. The AI then reads that answer and interprets it and then gives an instant feedback based on the mark scheme. So this is when you sit for a high stakes exam, you are expected to show your thinking, to show your working, which means that this simulates a high stakes exam much more closely, and you get that instant feedback instead of having to wait for the lecturer to mark that and to give you the feedback.
And do we have the gap to assist, to deal with the students who would just generally be lazy in that kind of thinking space? So they'll intentionally do a rubbish picture or a rubbish diagram and just upload it to just get the feedback in that space.
Yes, yes. So this is typically paired with a Socratic tutor, which means that the student can do their first attempt and then they will be assessed. You have a 1 out of 8 and this is your feedback. But then, then you have the opportunity to take that feedback and iterate and work with a Socratic tutor to help you understand how you can actually improve this answer. And then you can improve your answer and you can attempt it again. So you can get your feedback, okay, well done, you've actually now scored 5 out of 8. Is this how you want, are you happy with this? Do you want to submit and go forward, or do you want to give it another attempt?
Okay.
Do you want to see if you can get to full mark?
So it doesn't take the cognitive load away from the student. It tries to help them bridge the gap a little bit, or?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So if what makes this very personalized is that the AI is very good at meeting a student where they actually are in their thinking. So let's say there's fundamental misunderstandings or fundamental gaps, it can actually then bring those concepts closer and start from a more fundamental level and then work up to the more complex problem that you're trying to solve. And that engagement has been immensely positive for students because it actually helps them to think. Initially, it's interesting, there is some resistance, but after students have actually used it for a while, they actually ask for those chat transcripts as PDFs so that they can use it as study notes, because they actually have a record of their learning, of how their thinking changed for them to be able to solve that problem.
Just a quick follow-up. For the HO, actually, just for the lecturer, actually, is there a dashboard so they can see the gaps where the students are getting the same question wrong?
Yes.
And they can just get back and say, okay, this is a gap. They have a problem with multiplication. Maybe I need to do another lecture on multiplication.
Yeah, so I think if we look at sort of the process that a lecturer needs to do, is a lecturer needs to plan the activity or the intervention or the class, then you need to deliver and do it, and then you need to reflect on it. We're thinking about that whole process and how we can enable lecturers to provide a better student experience and how we can enable the students to get that feedback. So the student firstly gets, after they've gone through this activity, the student gets a report that says, it looks like on a fundamental basis, these are your learning gaps. You maybe need to actually go and restudy these things. You today just used AI as a one shot. You didn't really engage with it critically. This is how you can actually engage more critically. So we give the student feedback. And the thinking there is that if you make these activities valuable for a student and they are actually getting the value, then they will engage with it more, because you have an understanding of how you are progressing towards your goals, which is your learning goals that you've set. And then the other really interesting thing is, because you actually have a platform where you have all of this conversational information and where you have these multiple attempts, you can actually, as a lecturer, have a very good understanding of where the gaps are in your class. So a lot of lecturers on a weekly basis would look at this and then they would see, well, there's actually a gap here, and then I can go and I can teach it. Or I can improve it, or I can even create a new pathway for students to help them with these concepts that they are misunderstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Hi, I'm Wendy Terblanche from the accounting department.
Hi, Wendy.
I wanted to understand the setup that the lecturer needs to do and the engineering of the context in which the student is doing the learning. So a South African accounting context, we use international financial reporting standards, the tax. I'm assuming this is just using AI technology that, like ChatGPT does in a way, that you've tailored it, but within any, when you ask a question, it's within a context. And the students, I'm assuming us as lecturers would have to create that context, and then prompt engineering for the students. Is that something we would need to teach them about? Is it facilitated within the platform? Thanks.
Thanks. Well, I'm because my background is also accounting, so I'm actually quite excited about the fun ways in which you can implement this. But in terms of the workload, what's needed to actually, get this going, we are doing a lot of work to make it as easy as possible. So you don't actually need to create new content. You can take your existing content. So there's a couple of things. The first thing is you can give your context by just uploading your existing lecture notes or the standard or the tax practice notes. And then the MindJoy system will always reference that information, which means that if a student engages on MindJoy, they have a contextually relevant answer. If they go to ChatGPT or Claude or any of the other ones, then there's a whole myriad of different answers that they could be getting. So in that sense, you can also upload the pedagogy, the style. You can give all of that context very easily to MindJoy. One of the interesting things in terms of, we were talking about a flipped classroom. How do we get the students to engage with content before they come to the lesson? So, one of the examples is you can, for example, set up a simulation where the students are going to be working through, say, 3 tutorial questions. You can set up a simulation where the student gets called in by the audit partner, and the audit partner asks them questions, because they are going to do, the partner is going to do, they're going to do a stock count, for example, and the partner wants to understand the student's understanding of stock count and IAS 2. So now the student can actually engage in a simulated environment, work through those questions with an audit partner, which is could be a real engagement, and then they are prepared for the tutorial, which makes the content a lot more dynamic and a lot less static. I hope that answers the question in terms of the setup. I had another.
Yeah, thank you. Accounting. All right. I want to get some explanation, maybe some clarity, in as far as the relevance of this research, what you are presenting, to the psycho competencies, expected competencies to psycho, because that's one of the things which I have seen that there is a gap. Maybe can you explain on that?
Yes. And I think it's interesting, both Psycho and the Engineering Council have recently revised the competencies that they want these professionals to go into the market with. And it's very interesting that these competencies are also moving a lot more. You should demonstrate that the candidate can think critically to, for example, evaluate a tool that needs to be used. So it is no longer you must be able to use a tool, you must actually be able to identify which tool to use and motivate why you should use that tool. So I think, with MindJoy, it is possible to create learning experiences for students that helps them develop these competencies that they need to develop as engineers or as accountants, or as we'll talk now, I have a case study for psychology next. And then I think what's also interesting, we don't have that now, we're starting to look at it, but if you have all of these engagement, then you will be able to actually guide lecturers to say, okay, well, this learning experience that you set up for your students, they actually cover these 1 or 2 psycho competencies, or they cover one of these 2 or 3 engineering competencies. So I think in the future, we're going to be able to get much deeper insights into the skills that students are developing, and evidence that they are actually showing and demonstrating that they have acquired and mastered those skills. And I also think, we shouldn't be limited to what's available today. The technology in terms of what we'll be able to do is going to go a lot faster.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Coding.
Yeah, this is quite interesting because oftentimes when we scheduled tutoring, I think we come from, if you know that certain concepts are problematic, and then you will schedule tutoring based on that.
Yes. Yeah.
But you ask the right question, where is the student? Because you can still bring up that intervention for that concept, but you've lost the student somewhere. So this one, I see it as a tool that can assist us to locate the gaps. And I would like to take it outside this room for further engagement. Yeah, because I'm also, my research is on the teaching and learning of programming using cognitive load theory. So there's no way I can teach in class and reflect and not do intervention. So this will help me.
Coding, and I mean, I think that's where we can bring a lot of experience, because we are also, you know, technologists. Or I don't know where we fit on your list, Dr. Wing. I think we're on the technologist there, but we definitely, you know, we're seeing the impact that this technology is having on a day-to-day basis, just in terms of what's required from an engineering perspective, from a coding perspective. Because I know you mentioned coding is one of the things, and we've created some really cool interventions where you can really engage students to help them motivate why they've made certain decisions in the code, or why they have made those choices. So yes, AI might be able to generate the code for you, but you can still create engagements where students, through a Socratic questioning process, has to motivate and stand up and explain their thinking and their reasoning. Any other questions on this? I really do appreciate the engagement and the questions. So the second case study I just want to talk through, which sort of really highlights the success that some lecturers are seeing in terms of thinking creatively about how you can use these tools, and more in a simulated environment. So Prof. Carol Herman is a psychologist at Northwest University, and she's dealing with a small class, so it's 20 students, and these are final year honor students that are in the final stages of becoming psychologists. And she's had very high failure rates, because it's been really hard for her. It's been really hard for the students to get to the point where they can combine all of the skills that they have to have a diagnostic interview with a patient, and then to be able to do a diagnosis and combine those skills and step into practice. So they've tried things like role-playing, peer-to-peer practice, but there's anxiety to do that with a lot of students, and she hasn't really found that it's not real. It's hard to simulate in a peer-to-peer interview if you're someone that is sitting with a problem that they need to deal with. The second thing that was very interesting is that the students engaged with the students also can't engage in their own language, which makes it hard for them. They have the understanding of the concept, but it makes it hard for them to translate that into the theory that they've studied. And there's no safe space for them to practice. So students, they enter high-stakes clinical sessions, but they don't have adequate conversational practice with realistic patient scenarios, and it's really hard ethically to get that. How do you identify patients that actually need real help, and then you have a student that's still learning, have those conversations? So what Carol did is she created James. It was an AI patient personality, and the students practiced real clinical conversations. So they had 24/7 access to this. And what was really interesting for her is that they had these conversations in their home language. And because they had these conversations in their home language, and it was in a safe environment, it really created a much more authentic experience for the students, because they felt that they weren't judged. They could have these conversations. They could really engage with James. The pass rate of the class actually increased from 10% to 100%, and this is a very difficult class. And the students would still go and write their high-stakes exams, but the results on those high-stakes exams increased significantly because the students could actually have these interactions, which is really hard to make available to them in a sort of a real-world setting. And very interestingly enough, the students also actually from their side asked whether they can have this as part of their assessments. As a part of their formal evaluations, these interactions that they're having to demonstrate that they know and that they can actually have these conversations with real patients. So I think it's really this sort of also created a revival with the students and with the educators in terms of engagement, and the students receive they receive instant feedback on how they're doing you can set these simulations up to give you feedback on how these conversations went, where you need to improve, how you can ask better questions. Do we have any questions on that, or any? As I mentioned, I think that these simulations will become more and more interesting as this technology becomes better, and we will also be able to, I think, do assessments in a fundamentally new way. So I can very much see in the future where you stand up and you give a presentation like this, and you can get feedback from an AI before you go and present to your classmates in a real scenario. As AI becomes more multimodal, it can process video, body language. It can have more realistic conversations. Any questions? Paul?
Thanks, Peter. Could we perhaps hear from Clive,
Yes,
his experience? Sorry, Clive, putting you on the spotlight there.
Yeah.
It's been extremely positive. Don't worry about that. I'm fine.
You only have 2 minutes, Clive.
The thing that's nice about it is that it's browser-based, so it's completely current. The updates being made on virtually a daily basis. I've also got interaction with the Mindjoy's technical people on WhatsApp, by email, whatever it may be. So if I have any issues, I can get sorted virtually immediately. Starting in, say, February compared to now, there's really been an evolved slope in terms of the capabilities in the package. There's no two ways about it. And it's gotten to the point where my students now actually rely on it. And that's why I've been fighting with our dean and, well, not fighting, but pressing, to ensure that we can get it long term. Because from my point of view, this should be an institution-wide application, not just for certain disciplines. I haven't been exposed to the psychology thing at NWU, but that looks really interesting. That is quite remarkable. The same simulations can be set up in our respect. Just answering a couple of other questions, there were questions on translation that you brought up earlier. Our students interact immediately in their own languages with the platform. So I've got multiple tutors. I've got a general tutor which they can just chat to all the time, and they will. You can immediately ask it to speak in anything. I mean, Mandarin. It'll give you an answer immediately on it. Sesotho, anything. It'll answer you in your own language, which means it puts the student at a more comfortable scenario in terms of communicating. A lot of our lecturers are not multilingual, so that becomes an issue, and it does become a stumbling block. There's no two ways about it. So it opens that up, and it's immediate. It's not something that we have to come back on. My challenge mainly was that typically in engineering, which is obviously we all got our challenges in our various disciplines, but time-wise I can do 2 major term tests a semester. I can't get any more in because I will just not be able to cover the content and get all the marking done. Which means that typically I would have a term test in about the 6th week of the semester. By the time I'm finishing marking it, it's the 8th week. And only then do I realize, oh hell, I've got 25% of my class that is just floundering. And this was my problem, is that we're creating these bottlenecks in the system. I'm finding now by doing these little tutorial assessments, they did one yesterday which closed at 8 o'clock. At 2 minutes past 8, I just logged in and I could see the response, and I could see, okay, how many guys were having problems, and then I could go to the statistics on the dashboard, which Paul hasn't, Peter, sorry, I'm terrible with names, hasn't shown, but it's got instantaneous feedback in terms of the problem areas, not just who's doing badly, but specifically what they are battling with. And it could be fundamentals that are not part of my subject, but going back 2 or 3 years that they're picking up. And this is particularly problematic in engineering, because if you don't have the fundamentals right, then at higher level you can forget it. Okay, you are going to be repeating the subject 6, 7 times or whatever it may be, and that is a tremendous waste of resource. And it also shows up in inefficiency in terms of the university system, in terms of the way we are doing things, because we can't address that immediately. It's just not humanly possible. And I don't have some of the big classes that some of you guys got. I mean, some people have 200-300 people in class. It is impossible to keep track on all of that. It is absolutely impossible. So from that point of view, the statistical feedback that we get is fantastic. It really is. And like I say, my students have become virtually dependent upon it. The way I'm seeing things, and maybe I'm a bit contrary with respect to this, I'm a bit of possibly a academic activist in the way we do things, but I eventually see that exams will exist on a platform like this where we can, let me rephrase it. I think exams as they currently exist are Victorian. They've got no place, all right? There's better ways of doing things. I'm trying always to compare things to a real world scenario. There's pedagogy, that's great, but we have to produce output for the real world. That is our bottom line. And if we're not doing that effectively, then we need to look at ways to do that effectively. And I think something like this, which allows virtual instantaneous assessment, it's not perfect, not by any means, because it depends on how you define the tutor. And you pick that up with time. I've developed it over 5 months now where I've got pretty much a handle on it. So it's getting to the point where it's marking the stuff damn accurately. Whereas say 4 months ago, it was all over the place. But it was my definition. It's exactly the same as if you are speaking with, say, ChatGPT or any LLM. If you ask it some vague question, you know, what is life? Don't expect it to solve all your problems for you. You know, you've got to be able to drill down into that.
We have 3 minutes live.
Sorry?
We have 3 minutes.
I've got 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Let's make it 30. So from an assessment point of view, it's great. From a tutor point of view, terrific. You can actually mold your own tutor, however you like. You can actually tell it to be angry or to respond nicely. You know, so you can actually change the tone of it and the personality of it. And this is improving all the time. So at the risk of, I have one last comment, and that is ethics. We had a lot of comments about ethics. I'm all for ethics in teaching, 100%. But if ethics becomes the elephant in the room that slows the whole process down, then we've got a problem. Okay, we've got to make sure, and ethics have been brought into play, and it has been shown in the last year and a half, it slows processes down in universities. So let's focus on the ethics, but doing it efficiently. One last question.
I think
over
we
there.
have one here.
Sorry, one statement. You said that the AI was dehumanizing. Yes, but we are humanizing pedagogy, not AI. AI is just the tool. Thank you.
We have one more question here. Thank you very much, Clive. Thanks, Clive. Okay. So just as a closing gift, there's a QR code here. I've created a tutor and a pathway if you wanted to sign in and get the experience as a tutor. This tutor is all about humanizing pedagogy. It is the Socratic chat version of today. So if you want to engage with it and critically think about how we can implement the discussions we're having today, then I hope this can be a helpful companion for you for the rest of the week. And I've also set up a pathway there that's got some really interesting, hard questions in it. So if you feel ambitious, then you can work through those questions. You can get instant feedback from the AI on how well you're doing on those questions. And at the end of the week, I will send a swag pack to the student that has the highest marks. Because if you don't, if you don't have the incentives, then the students won't do the things. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can also write down that join code. If you write down that join code and you go to MindJoy and you click on log in, there should be student join code on the left in the left corner. Then you can just type in that code and then you will be able to get access. Okay, thank you very much. Running a tight ship.
Thank you so much, Peter. Can we just give him another hand? And I'm so sorry that we had to end. Yeah, there we go. I know that there were more questions, but you can speak to Peter because we are about to go have coffee. Peter, I had to Google Socratic questioning. I see my colleague from Philosophy, Karabo, has arrived, so I don't have to ask him now. I think I know, Karabo, what it means. It's like open-ended questions. Am I right, Karabo? Yeah, because you were talking about it, and I was wondering, am I the only one that doesn't know what Socratic questioning is? So Eh? Only me. Oh, okay. So, colleagues, it is now tea and coffee, just from till 11, and then we're going to have the concurrent sessions. Please note, if you're going to go session 4, if you want to go to room 103, then you must go past the corner, past the syndicate rooms, and then you'll find it. Am I right? On the first floor, yeah. Prof. Kiet knows where it is. Please enjoy your coffee, 11 o'clock, straight to the concurrent. Then it's going to be lunch, and we'll see you back here at 13:20 for our couch conversation. Thank you. With philosophy, IT, law, and health sciences. It's going to be an interesting one. Enjoy the concurrent. All the best to the presenters, and enjoy tea and coffee. Thank you all.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to our parallel session for this morning. And I hope that we're going to continue in the tone that we started this morning with. Without further ado, I'd like to call up Mukhtar Rabban, our first presenter for this morning. Thank you, Mukhtar. Yay! Give him some energy.
I need it. Could I just get the technical support? I think the screen is frozen here. Yeah, I think this. Yeah. I don't see the presenter view here, but it looks like it's. Showing there. Your PowerPoint needs to be closed, or? Okay, in the interest of time, I'll start chatting. So as the gentleman is just sorting out the presentation, good morning everyone. In my very short presentation today, I'm going to be discussing this notion of critical digital pedagogies. Let's be critical. Of critical digital pedagogies. Now, just to preface this presentation, I'd originally submitted this paper prior to being requested by my DVC to present in yesterday's plenary. So a lot of my theory went into yesterday's plenary. So I might cross-reference and refer to some of those concepts in yesterday's presentation. As they're sorting out the slides, I essentially, in this area of research, of critical digital pedagogies, I'm taking up critical theory and pedagogy in the online space, which when one examines, they could appear to be opposing concepts. Yeah. Thank you. Right. So within the Humanizing Pedagogy project, we have various areas that we are considering. And one of the focal areas that the DVC has highlighted within this project is how is a humanizing pedagogy taken up within the online space. We have deliberated around HP exploration within the face-to-face context for decades already. I mean, literature abounds in terms of how HP can be explored within the face-to-face context. But when we are examining whether it is possible and what affordances and constraints exist in its exploration in a digitally mediated space, there are really significant concerns. So I'm essentially exploring within this theoretical, conceptual analysis, what is humanization reinterpreted within the online space? We grapple with it in the face-to-face context, but what are its limitations, its affordances, its constraints within the online space? So many of you might know, if you are from Nelson Mandela University, this concept of humanization is fairly deeply embedded in everything we do in learning and teaching at this university. And Freire defines humanization as this transformative process that enables oppressed individuals, marginalized individuals, to develop critical consciousness and awareness of those inequities, of those elements of reality that oppresses them, and to challenge that domination through what we call a dialogical, reciprocal process. So just taking these really broad conceptual issues that are embedded in critical theory, what are its implications in the online space? If we are saying that in the face-to-face context, dehumanization was to oppress people, to exclude them, to marginalize them through the systems and approaches that were taken, and we had to then become critically conscious of what were those inequities, what were those systems of power, because those are seen as the hegemonic forces. Those are seen as the sites of power that oppress. And we see this in coloniality studies and studies of Ubuntu, in transformative pedagogies, inclusive pedagogies. The same rhetoric exists across the board. And I'm essentially looking at what does this mean in the online space. Is a dialogic encounter even possible? Of course, we are really immersed in the discussions around AI currently, but this presentation takes a step back to the more theoretical level of exploring what practices can prevail if we are going to take on this approach. So in using critical theory and critical pedagogy, which frames Paulo Freire's conception of humanization, that critical theory and critical pedagogy fundamentally, we need to grapple with this first. Critical pedagogy fundamentally takes on the issue of power. Who has power and who is powerless? And in learning and teaching, we accept that power rests with the institution, with the lecturer. When we talk about students fearing the lecturer, it's this issue of power. They fear the outcome. And so using now Freire's conception of humanization, which is, as I commented earlier, it's not about that humane issue. People take the word humanizing and they become very literal, and they say, okay, to be humanizing is to be kind and beautiful and say molweni and hug and love. Those are features of being human. But taking on Freire's debate around what's dehumanizing is saying the one with power has made someone powerless, has marginalized, has excluded, and therefore has removed the elements of being human. That's what Freire argues, a very radical thought. And of course, this rests in what Freire says. Critical conscientization comes about through a praxis, reflecting on action, going to theory, taking it back to practice in a cyclical occurrence. And you're only going to get through this through dialogue. That's what Freire argues. If you don't actually, now I'm talking to my fellow colleagues as academics, if you don't actually talk to your students about AI, you can't assume that your practice is fair. You have to actually talk to the student and ask, what do you conceive as being fair? Because by co-constructing the environment, that aligns with critical conscientization and something that is more humanizing. So within the online space, to reinterpret humanization and taking on this Freirean lens, we have to look at digital exclusion. We have to look at that. And what's important here is the socio-digitally constructed identity and ways of being that the student now enters the lecture hall with. If you get a first year, if you teach first year modules, and you get that first cohort in the first semester, I challenge you to survey those incoming, fresh matriculants. What AI literacies do you have as you enter my space? And you might be really amazed as to what they've developed before entering the university space. I have learned this year, although this is my area of research, I had a first year module. And I said, how are you currently using AI? And they told me how they research, how they use it for language development, and yes, that they use it on high school to write essays for them because the lecturers were not using anything to scan their writing. So do you see how a practice develops? And of course, as I was just speaking to the Dean of Law, in the absence of an ethical framework, practices will develop. They will proliferate within the sector. It's important to ground ourselves in what are those important theoretical constructs. So look at digital exclusion. We have to look at equitable access. We have to maintain this dialogic, reflexive nature. So fast forward to where we are now. We are in a landscape that is so unpredictable, unprecedented. There's exponential growth of technologies. You know, we have various platforms being promoted. If I had to ask you what is the best generative AI platform to use, we would debate until tonight regarding which platform is the best. There are so many platforms. You might ask, where do I start to learn? DVC is using Copilot, a little outdated DVC with due respect. Okay? No, so, the reason that I'm citing this is because I actually learn from my students. I ask them, what platforms are you using? Because I need to be aware of what algorithmic bias could be prevailing. Where does that platform come from? So what I applaud are these South African inventors and innovators. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the article of Department of Basic Education that has now acquired, I can't remember which province, I think KwaZulu-Natal or Gauteng, that has acquired a humanoid, that will be entering classrooms from next year. They've purchased, I think, 5 that speak the 12 languages of South Africa. I mean, where are we going? Because what's that going to do to the humanistic elements of education? When people were joking in the comments saying that by day 1, the parts are going to be stolen from that humanoid already. You know, various South African jokes were made. But on the one hand, there's this push for technology, and on the other hand, we have really serious learning and teaching educational dilemma that we have to confront. So we have this progression in the educational landscape, and then there is this critical need, which is what I'm calling for in this very brief presentation. Carmen, just keep me ahead of time because I can't see it on my screen anymore. We have a critical need to reassess education. In the spirit of Paulo Freire, in the spirit of critical pedagogy, we problem pose education. What is not working and why, and how do we get to a transformative response? So there must be, beloved colleagues and students, pedagogical integrity over technological capability. Whenever a tech person speaks, with no disrespect to any previous speaker, we always fall in love with the technology. Oh, it can do this for you and do that for you. And scholars have referred to this as techno-romanticism. That you fall in love with something shiny and beautiful, the latest iPhone, the way the guy holds it and shares it in the video, I want it. It appeals. That's techno-romanticism. In education, we focus on pedagogical integrity over that technological affordance. That's critical as an educator. It must be human-centered, and there must be critical consciousness in the digital learning spaces. So coming to this construct that I'm quite excited about in my research explorations, is this issue of critical digital pedagogies. This idea of taking critical pedagogy and largely focusing on Freire's interpretations of humanization within critical pedagogy, transposing that to the digitally mediated learning and teaching space, and explore what comes about. And so critical digital pedagogy integrates critical theory with digital tools to empower students, to challenge oppressive educational structures, and to challenge dominant techno-solutionist narratives. This is important. And so CDP emphasizes that there must be equity, reflexivity, and social justice, the same causes we have been fighting in higher education for the last few years. So some key concepts of critical digital pedagogies. The first, we have to critique techno-determinism and the neoliberal influence. and I hope I don't offend anyone nor lose my job, but a well-known university in our country, and I have to watch that I don't share something inappropriate. Law, please correct me if I do something. A well-known university delivered a talk on the flaws of a popular platform, well-known South African university, had a public talk about the AI detection flaw of a popular platform. That popular platform then approached that university and had a court order in place that you may not speak against our platform because it's used by nearly all of the South African universities. And this public talk was around how flawed the AI detection is. And this has become the stick that academics have been leaning on to tell students you have used AI. And this research proved, and I agree with the research, and many papers do, that it's a flawed system. But look at the neoliberal agenda here. If your talk becomes popular and the speaker, who's a friend of mine, I can't of course quote anyone, has been given an order not to speak about it publicly again. And the university has invested millions in the software, so this person is not allowed to address it publicly. But this is the neoliberal agenda which Paulo Freire has argued against. We can't have that determining what practices occur in the space. So I'll skip the part of digital hegemonies. I spoke about this in yesterday's talk, but of course there is marginalization occurring, there is oppression occurring, there are exclusionary practices occurring in this space. And by taking on the Freirean perspective, broadly we need to look at what is dehumanizing in this space now. What is exclusionary? What is pushing a person to the, outskirts of the engagement? What is preventing transformation in that space? The CDP requires this praxis, reflecting on action, going to theory, and determining what are the practices. And I'll close with this slide now. These are some of the key principles that have come up in our research around a critical digital pedagogy that has been occurring here at Nelson Mandela University. Dialogic engagement within the space, about the space, is critical. There has to be co-construction of knowledge. In yesterday's plenary, I mentioned how prompting AI is reinforcing the banking model. You ask a question, it gives you an answer, you accept that as a version of truth. It's simply banking. To be critical about this, we need to engage around why do you believe, oh ChatGPT, or as Paul calls it, Chatty, oh Chatty, why do you believe this is valid? What are your sources to back this up? There has to be engagement in the understanding there. Digital resistance and agency are critical. There must be inclusivity. We have to look at accessibility. There has to be reflexivity on power relations. And again, oh dear colleagues, you hold so much power. And to quote Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Thank you, Olutando. There must be a commitment to the praxis. You have to be committed to work in the area of critical digital pedagogy. What are the implications for practice? I believe curriculum will be redesigned once again. So challenging, but yes, we need to re-explore what is going to happen to our curricula. When many of us have relied on a banking system, here's the content, I gave it to you, the students are going to leave the lectures, compare what we've shared to AI, and we need to think what is the implication of this. The way forward is that, yes, we need to adopt a more critical framework in our digitally mediated education to foster inclusive, participatory, and socially just learning environments. I thank you.
We won't let Mukta run away. Can we open the floor for any comments or questions, please? Okay.
No, thank you very much, Muta, for quite captivating presentation.
Thank you.
I'm also a critical emancipatory theorist. Now, here's my question. I'm glad you somehow alluded to, inadvertently, the issue of ethics and the issue of ethical conduct in terms of using the AI. So I want to phrase my question by giving you the context. Previously, we have the report about an attorney or lawyer who used AI to use a case law for influencing the judgment. So that is unethical conduct some way, somehow, because he didn't verify whether that case law does exist, or to find out it doesn't exist. So my question is AI imperfect or perfect? Or does AI does not commit mistakes?
I think you've answered your question already, and the responses of the audience have also. AI is heavily imperfect. It's not intelligent, it's artificially intelligent. It will only trick the non-intelligent to believe that it's intelligent. So it is significantly flawed. What you've highlighted is a critical issue. Now, of course, as you know, in critical theory, we explore social practices, and the use of AI has become a socio-digital practice. We are all probably using it. We might not want to confess it, but we do. And in the absence of an ethical framework, in the absence of what I'm using in my field of research, a critical theoretical grounding, what's going to guide us? So a student, in my view, must be guided in the ethics around AI as a dialogue. Because entering a space, and I have a young daughter, she's 14 now. And so she is, you know, I don't want to say in love with Chatty, with ChatGPT, but she engages every day. It's part of her learning. If she battled at school, she comes home, she engages, and her school has released a fairly transformative, policy on the usage of AI. But I can just imagine when she gets to university, her form of digital literacy is in AI literacies, which is, 4 years away or 3 years away. If she enters a space and the lecturer says no AI permitted, she'd probably say, I need to change universities. Because a generation is now developing that's very, very, literate in the usage of AI. But I have rigorous debates with her because she'll come to me and say, AI said it's like this. And I have to alert her to the fact that that is a flawed interpretation. Your job, my girl, is to research additionally. So I said, AI said this law was passed in South Africa, go and research it, come back to me. And she said, wow, AI lied. I said, yes, you are the human. You must research. So this becomes now a process for her in gaining an AI literacy that is appropriate, that will serve her well.
Hi, thank you so much. That was really, I must stand, yes, okay, sorry. That was really a great presentation, and it just made me think, so it's just a comment, and also just poking the bear a little bit. What if we view AI as the oppressor? The thing that disempowers our students to think for themselves, to be creative themselves, to create something for themselves. So in that same framework, one could actually take that stance. And I didn't hear your talk yesterday, so I'm not sure if you actually said that. But it's just a thought that I wanted to put out there.
Yes. Do you want me to respond to the thought?
You don't need to, but you can. If you
Okay. Yes, that's a valid analysis. Because within CDP, critical digital pedagogies are not arguing for pro-AI. They are saying that the educational encounter must be underpinned by critical pedagogy. And if we are saying that AI has become the oppressor, we have relegated and delegated human agency to technology, which should not occur. It should not occur. Because technology cannot lead. It has to be, and that's the whole point of CDP, it has to be human-led. Human must have the agency. Yeah. So it's the role that is afforded to AI, if any role is afforded at all.
Right, but I just want to just respond to that quickly. But,
Yes.
you know, there was some leading happening in that example that Dr. Mukime Wing used, because I asked her, can I do this for you? Can I do that for you? So there was some leading.
Yeah.
So to assume that AI is not leading is also an assumption. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Okay.
Okay, one last question, thank you.
Good morning, is it still morning? Good morning, Mr. Rabban. My question is, as you have stated that the AI detection is flawed, what is being done currently to protect students? Because I know many students fail because of Tenet-N. What is being done currently while these conversations are going on? What is being done currently to protect students from failing? Because I noticed one thing. I did not believe that there was such a thing that was that AI detection was flawed until I tried it. I inserted something and then it came back saying that my writing was 100% human written, yeah. And then I paraphrased. This is what most students do. As soon as you paraphrase, it changes from 100% human written to 100% or 80%. So what is being done to protect students? Thank you.
Just one sentence, the DVC.
Thank you.
The DVC will explore the practices within the institution, because I agree with you, it is a flawed system. Research confirms this, multiple academics confirm it. My students have challenged me in the first semester when a marker failed 30 of them because they had a higher than 40% AI, and they called a meeting and they said, you said we can use AI ethically. And I said, yes. But I picked up the flaw in the system, that they used it for language development. The system had an incorrect percentage there, and the markers just failed them. And that was traumatic. I apologize to those students, because that practice shouldn't occur. So I'm quite sure the DVC's office will take up this conversation, put you under pressure, to explore what are ethical practices.
No, that's the correct way to respond to it. VC has already asked me, what is it that we are doing, especially after UCT published that Turnitin thing. VC was asking that question, and I said, we're having a conference talking about this. After that, as a university, after we've engaged, we'll be able to at least do something. That's why I then asked you, Mukta and Darrell, to present that position paper so that we can critically engage with it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you for a very thought-provoking presentation. Secondly, I'd like to call up Mr. Paul Srepe. Thank you. Can we give a warm round of applause? Thank you.
Okay, I think this one is okay. Good morning to everybody in the room. My name is Dipo Grace Ripe. I am a final year student doing BSc majoring in microbiology and physiology, and I'm also the Faculty of Science SRC representative. And I feel like coming after Mr. Mukta, I'm just going to repeat everything he said, because my topic is also about critiquing the accuracy of AI detection tools, and to also show a gap on the need for framework and policy on ethical use of these AI detection tools. So since 2022, I'm not going to mention names, I don't want to be sued, but there has been a boom in a popular AI tool that has been used. And since then, this has become something that has been an elephant in the room in the academic space, where students are using AI solely to do their assessments for them. So with this, it is understandable that to safeguard academic integrity, academic institutions had to come up with a plan. And this plan was to adopt AI detection systems. But the thing is, what happens when these are being overly relied on and they are not accurate? So this is what my research explored. I'm going to use a case study using experiences of students and the UCT case, which the DVC has referred to question what then happens to a student's confidence, their way of writing, when they are falsely accused of using AI. So when it comes to triggering of AI detectors, I think it's mainly a patent issue, I'm not too sure. But when you go and research, you can't find information on what exactly it is that triggers AI detection and maybe increases the score. So there is no clear method, but just assumptions. And these assumptions come mainly from people that try to hack these systems and produce things that are called humanizers or paraphrasers that allow students to copy directly from ChatGPT and make it more human. So they say that advanced vocabulary is one of the main triggers for AI detection, because using technical terms, using language that is very passive, and this, for me as somebody that is in the STEM space, I would say that there isn't a lot of creative writing that I have space for. I'm very restricted when it comes to scientific writing. I can't use a lot of pronouns. I can't use very words that are very passive. I have to be very technical in the way I describe things, especially when it comes to my reports. So I find that I have a lot of, when you go to that particular AI detection tool, you have read all over your paragraphs because it says, this is too technical. It's taken from this journal, it's taken from a bot. And also the use of dashes. I know there are people that are from linguistics. I'm not too familiar, but there's something called the M dash. Apparently, it's only found with ChatGPT. There's something called the Oxford dash, where students have said that I use the Oxford. I had a student say I used an Oxford dash, and many people don't know about it. And a dash that exists on your keyboard can also be triggered, because remember, this thing is not perfect. The M dash, it's only used by ChatGPT, but when it sees a dash, it triggers the system. So also the use of Grammarly. And NMU gives you premium access to Grammarly. When you use Grammarly, as there was a question posed, it increases your score. So when my university gives me access to make my writing more presentable, more nice for the marker to read, and that very same thing that is being given to me to use to improve my writing, it puts me in a disadvantaged position where I am going to be detected for use of AI. It sort of brings to the question of, we need ethical framework that is very consistent. So that is what sourced my inspiration, is that I get a lot of cases where students are saying, I was falsely accused of using AI, you have to go to disciplinary hearings. And just to preface, when you use the Microsoft Outlook, Word, it's very hard to keep track of the changes. So people that are able to present their cases are usually people in the United States. When I was doing my research, where they can have timestamps, it can give a report of every single thing that a learner has done on that particular document. So with the current software that we use, it's not very easy for a student to say, I did type everything on this Word document and I didn't paste. So these are some of the videos that I saw that sparked my interest in this, where students were saying my paper showed 70% AI detection, and I used my own thoughts, and the crux of my presentation, having to dumb down what you have written so that you avoid detection. And there were a lot of comments. I don't know if you can see 453 comments where people were saying, this is an issue, especially people that are in first years, because there are a lot of classes, and it's understandable that a teacher wouldn't want to go through and actually confirm that you used AI. They just take what the AI detection tool says and they run with it. So I actually DM'd a student, and this was her response. She's doing first year in a health sciences course. So again, very technical use of verbiage. She says that she got flagged for using a normal dash, because the M dash is the #1 trigger. And that has made her simplify words to avoid being detected again, because she was given a warning. So I was very nervous coming here because I only had one person's experience and things that I've heard from being in the SRC. So coming across this article will actually cement that this is an issue that is very real, especially in the South African context. So UCT scrapping the flawed AI detectors also came from them seeing that a lot of students were being falsely flagged. So Mr. Sukaina Walji is UCT's Director of Center for Innovation and in Learning and Teaching, and he's the one that had spearheaded this decision to say, from October, we are no longer using AI detection tools. So his main concerns was that this thing is very inaccurate. I've spoken a lot about false positives, but there are also false negatives, where I've explained the student can take something as it is from AI, put it into a humanizer, they get a 0% AI detection, and you think, wow, this student has really engaged with my assessment. And they go through to the next module, not knowing what they did in the previous one. So it's both sides of the coin. It is a false positive and a false negative. So that's where the inaccuracy comes from. And the second thing is the fear and restriction that it puts onto writing. I wouldn't know when it comes to humanities, business, where people have to put a lot of thought, how tiring it can be to always have to go back to your paragraphs, change words, put every paragraph into an AI detection tool, revise, write back again. Also, making sure that you have versions of your documents. It can make something that is already tiring to be even more tiring, to make sure that in case I get detected, this is how I can prove my innocence. And it also shows that there is a gap in which Mr. Mukhtar also explained that students come from high school just using AI passively. So this can show that if we have an ethical framework, it will allow students to engage with AI more critically and understand it as a tool, not something that is a replacement for thinking. And in integrating that into the university system, it will allow Nelson Mandela to have graduates that go out there in the world, lawyers that don't go to ChatGPT and just put in a case, but understand that if I don't understand what this case refers to, I can go to ChatGPT, ask, and then go research for myself and actually see if the information it gave me is accurate. So these are some of the implications that I've already mentioned, where it can affect the language that students use, the grammar, their student mindset, feeling less confident, always being fearful when writing assignments, and the ethical use training gap, which can be solved in the DVC by workshops or, or mandatory ethical courses, and the mistrust that comes between students and lecturers. Because a lecturer doesn't trust that this is my assignment. I don't trust that the lecturer actually read and proofread that this thing comes from AI. So it brings that distance between lecturers and students that goes both ways. So some recommendations would be to combine AI detection with human moderation. Actually, next week, Wednesday, I have an oral exam of some sort where my lecturer, we had a dialogue. As Mr. Mukhtar mentioned, it's very important to engage with your students. He said, I'm teaching you how to be scientists. You're going to go be employed, and they're going to ask you, who taught you how to do this? Who taught you this knowledge? It's my name on the line. And because I cannot trust that you fully used AI, let us engage. I don't want you to leave this course, because we are in final year, go out into the world where you didn't understand a single thing about this method that you're going to go into the lab and actually have to use in industry. So he said, this is the bargaining that we arrived at. 75% of what I've written, it will count. And then for 25% on Wednesday, I will go in front of the class and I will defend whatever I have written on my assignment. And there were some mixed reactions. You could see who actually only used AI, because they were like, I'm not coming. It's the last week of the school. Just give me 0 for that 25%. Mark me out of 75%. But there were actually people who were interested to say, okay, I've learned about these methods of detecting PCR. I want to come to the front and say, I've learned about this method, and this is what was interesting to me about the assignment. This is what I would use as a scientist in the future in maybe a biotechnological industry. So this is something that could be used. But then again, I understand for having a bigger class, it's going to be very time consuming. Because in final year, I think it's less than 50 So he does have the leisure to do that with us. The promotion of ethical writing tool use can actually be something that is very broad. As I've mentioned, having a mandatory course that explains to students that this is how the university will accept the use of AI. This is something that you can do. This is how you use AI to help you. Do not replace your thinking with AI. And once the students have that confidence that the university doesn't see AI as this evil, they become more comfortable with declaring their use of AI. Because I feel like the environment that we're in, we're saying we don't want you to use AI at all. And a lot of us use AI. And that is just the reality. So building that trust with students to say, we know you use AI, it's not wrong. If you use it this way, will actually allow students to be more comfortable and actually adhere to the ethical use that will come from the training. And it also implores to reimagine ways for assessing authentic expression and understanding, especially in the STEM faculties. Yesterday, there were a lot of lecturers that came and said presentations work better, group work works better. So a lot of people are shifting from using writing as a way of assessing understanding and actually moving towards a dialogue where a teacher actually assesses if you understand what you have studied and written from how you speak about it. So that is all I have to say for today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Tibu. Thank you for bringing the student voice into the room. I'd like to open up the floor for questions.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well done on an excellent presentation. You know, one can just marvel at seeing the kind of graduate that our university can produce and is producing. Well done on that. However, I'd like to challenge you as the group of students. I know we can operate, we need to be operating from a trust perspective between students and lecturers. And, but then I would like to challenge you as students from your end, since you are a representative of students. That students, I know one of the words that I put earlier this morning regarding AI was that it's enabling, truly enabling, okay? Because it prompts, it probes your thinking, it directs you in terms of, it crystallizes your thought patterns in terms of that which you can then research. And I'd like to challenge you as student groups that really, are you taking the responsibility, or is it that you as students want things to be easy, to just know that you can just put it and humanize, you know? Really implore the students to really use it responsibly, that, you know, it's so beautiful to check them, the brain needs to be challenged, you know, for it to replicate and for you to really instantaneously function in different spaces and areas, even in your individual lives, personal lives, and elsewhere. So I'd like, that's what I wanted to say. A paradigm shift really, because I know that as your parents, you know, our children, we wanted to cushion them from that which we experienced growing up with maybe with a disabling education system, or you know, challenging life situations that we had to traverse because we were living under apartheid and whatever else. But then to also draw from your end as students, to take it upon yourselves that you really challenge yourselves as students to make learning very meaningful and make it to be rewarding for yourselves. And yes, thank you.
Okay, I just want to respond because recently, from the beginning of second semester, I was a facilitator for SCSF. and I think it's the first year being mainstream. It's a course where you just reflect on social issues. And it was very frustrating. I actually felt a frustration. Students use AI. We were asking, what do you think about Mandela's name being, changing from Roluhlahla to Nelson? They used AI to answer that question. Something that they could just say, I feel like it's bad, I feel like it's good. And it was very frustrating, as well as for facilitators that are experienced, that have been teaching. And I would say that it's very hard to make students take responsibility because there is no policy that cuts across. And for something that is like SCSF, that is a module that is not embedded into a particular faculty, we just give them 0, but they know that there isn't a clear, right or wrong on how to use AI. But I do understand that there needs to be some sort of a responsibility taken from students, and I feel like having a framework that directs them will allow us to hold them accountable and actually mold them to be people that are more responsible in using AI, also as future professionals.
Thank you once again. Sorry, Yoshna, we're just running out of time. Unfortunately, our presenter needs to be at another meeting. So thank you, Dipo, really appreciate it. Next, we'd like to call up Tirilyn Fogarty. Thank you, Tirilyn. No.
Hi, everyone. I'll just start so long while my presentation comes up. Just some provisos. I am a mom of 2 teenage boys. So I'm not an AI expert, but I have no choice but to learn about AI. And my husband is also very tech-oriented, and so a lot of my interest in AI actually came from them. And then, as our previous speaker also alluded to, coming after Mukhta is quite intimidating. I'm also from health sciences and not from humanities, so a lot of the words we use in health sciences are not as philosophical or embedded in a lot of philosophical theories. So please excuse some of my terminologies and weaknesses. I also think that I might have to skip through some of the intro slides because I do think a lot of this has already been covered. I first heard about Education 5.0 when Prof. van Gruenen presented at a faculty management committee meeting early this year, I think in February. And so I went and did a little bit more reading on it, and the evolution of education from Education 1.0 to Education 5.0 is a lot of what has been spoken about over the last couple of days. And then in terms of Education 5.0, which is from 2025 onwards, is around being purpose-driven, having the human-AI synergy, and then ethical AI, which I've heard a lot about today. And then, of course, social responsibility. So we do have a human-centered future in terms of the use of technology. We have to shift education from being rigid, standardized learning to personalized, ethical, and future-oriented approaches. You will always hear me in my department talk about how can we do things differently. It's kind of my mantra. And then using AI and emerging technologies to continue to shape the future of education and to focus now on sustainability, human values, and lifelong learning. I'm going to skip past this slide as well and come to the start of my teaching concept. So today I'm presenting on a teaching concept, and I call it a concept because I've only just piloted it. And we heard someone use the word pilot something yesterday. I think a lot of the negative words that come through around AI is I'm scared, I'm nervous, I'm not sure about it. And sometimes we just have to do it. Another one of my mantras is do something and ask for forgiveness later. So that's what I do in my teaching as well. I do it, and if the students say, no, ma'am, that's not going to work for us, then I ask for forgiveness, and then we try again. So they're submitting this assignment tomorrow. I don't have feedback yet. Next year, I will present on the feedback and tell you whether I did it again or not, based on the students' responses. So I presume everyone in this room knows a little bit about AI, but I thought I would just give a little bit of theory, a little bit of background. So generative AI, we hear that term thrown around a lot, is AI that creates new content based on the data that it's been trained on. Essentially, generative AI is a predictive text on steroids. It predicts what the next word should be based on what it has been trained on or what it knows. A foundation model is a large generative AI model that's also trained on vast amounts of diverse data. And then your large language models, which we know as ChatGPT or whichever other ones that you use, is built off of a foundation model. So the one that I want to focus on today is called DeepSeek. And DeepSeek is much like ChatGPT. It is known, however, for its strength in reasoning. Now, sorry, I'm out of breath. ChatGPT has also introduced a deep reasoning button that you can push on. But this assignment or this concept was introduced. Actually, my husband told me about DeepSeek towards the end of last year when it was released. And we played around a little bit with it. And I said to him, wouldn't it be interesting if I could get my students to look at the deep reasoning output, the deep reasoning thinking process, rather than the output of the prompt. So rather than, and I'm going to show you an example. So getting the students to consider the reasoning rather than the output. And so if you go into DeepSeek, which is free, so it's accessible to all of our students, and you click on the Deep Think button, it will give you its reasoning. Sometimes when you put a prompt into one of the AIs, it'll say thinking, but it'll tell you what it's thinking. Whereas the Deep Think button actually then gives you the thinking. So I'm just going to play a screen grab. No, let me go back. Okay. So this is what the assignment is. The students, I teach law and ethics in pharmacy. Don't challenge me, the lawyers, yeah? I just teach law and ethics in pharmacy. So the students, each student group was given a different ethical dilemma scenario. It was either in the form of an article, in other words, a news article, or it could have been an image or something like that, ranging from assisted suicide to competitive marketing practices. So an ethical dilemma in a pharmacy situation or in medical ethics. They then had to create a prompt and put it into DeepThink and take the DeepThink reasoning output and copy and paste it as is into their assignment report. From there, they had to do a thematic analysis of each paragraph of the DeepThink output. And then do a critical reflection on each of those themes, and then create a framework, an ethical reasoning framework. Now, I give them an ethical reasoning framework within my module, but in this case, and we talk about co-creation, I want the students to create an ethical reasoning framework that they can then apply to any other ethical dilemma scenario that they may be given in a different context. So this is the ethical scenario that I'm using for this example. It's just about a lady that comes into a pharmacy. She's nervous about her medication. She always asks hundreds of questions. And she sometimes doesn't take her medication because she's too scared to take it. And so in this case, the pharmacist forgets conveniently to put the package insert into her medication container. And so the idea behind that is, how ethical is it? Okay, so forgets to include the patient information leaflet, which describes the potential side effects and adverse reactions, and Bill's pharmacist instructs her how to take the medication properly, etc., etc. And then she leaves the pharmacy. So I haven't told them what the scenario is about. I haven't told them what the ethical dilemma is. They have to now create a prompt around that ethical dilemma. Yes, they can upload the article into DeepSeek, but they had to create a prompt. So I just created a very simple prompt to show you. This is a screen grab now, so it's just going to, I've just said, help me resolve this ethical dilemma, and I've put the scenario into DeepSeek, and now it's thinking, and it's giving me the deep think output, its reasoning process. And you'll see when it starts going bold, that's its answer. But I'm not interested in its answer. I'm interested in its thinking. Okay, so where it starts this situation, obviously now it's giving you the output. So then, this is the deep think reasoning output. They have to now copy and paste it as is into their report. And then they have to take each paragraph and thematically analyze it. So they'll take the paragraph and then they will give it a code or a theme. And I said that they are allowed to use AI to assist them in theme creation as well. Okay? And then I just, for the purposes of time, I'm going to carry on onto the critical reflection. So they would have to do that then for every paragraph of the deep think or the deep reasoning output. Now they need to add the human element. They have to now critically reflect on that theme. How is that theme, or how is this theme going to assist me in creating my ethical reason, my ethical dilemma framework, decision-making framework? And so for this one, we said, okay, it's patient autonomy and informed consent. But does that really cover all of the bioethics, for example? What if the ethical scenario that I get next has got nothing to do with patient autonomy and rather has to do with justice? And so look at the strengths. Yes, the strengths are anchored in core bioethical principles, but it's limited in that it's narrowly framed around consent. It lacks adaptability for populations with reduced decision-making capacity, limited to autonomy only, doesn't include all bioethical principles, and then perhaps it can be broadened to respect for bioethical principles and human dignity. And so that's kind of the critical thinking process. From there, they start constructing their own framework. The theme becomes respect for bioethical principles and human dignity. What guiding questions can I add to my framework? Again, they can use AI to help them create some of these questions. And then finally, their final submission as part of their assignment is to submit, this is just a template, the theme, the description, and then the guiding questions that they could ask next time they have to approach an ethical dilemma. So that's just a blank version. And then the assessment guideline, they're assessed for the prompt that they've used, that they've put into the DeepSeek to get their output. The coding and themes, which they can use AI for that. The human thinking process, the critical evaluation of their coding and themes, and then their framework quality and applicability. And then finally, they are also required to write a reflection on the process. And that is the end.
Lynn is open to one question.
Sorry, Prof Van Rooyen, I've got to answer to you. If I'm late, I can tell her to speak to you.
Okay, seems
I'm off the hook, Penny.
Just to say thank you for showing us how we could, because I think yesterday there was mention of how this is disabling research and ethics. And so, you know, this is a practical way that one could also draw from and use in their own teaching and research as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope it works. I'll report back.
Thanks, Terilyn. That was truly insightful. What would be interesting is if you compare various thinking processes that are generated by various social dilemmas and see if you can come up with a sort of a one recipe fits all kind of scenario. That I would find very fascinating, to see if deep think can actually cross-link the thinking processes involved in the various dilemmas. I don't know, just something you could consider looking at.
It's one of the reasons I gave that each group a different dilemma, to see what the framework that they come up with is, because if the frameworks are identical or certainly very similar, you know, we can then do some kind of comparison like that. So yes, I didn't want to give each group exactly the same dilemma, and then they just copy one another, or Deep Think just gives them all the same responses or works towards the same. But they're having to use, and they can use different AIs. They can use Deep Think to get the output. And then I said, then you can go into ChatGPT or whatever your favorite friend is, and ask them to then help you with the coding, and then as well in terms of the guiding questions. But remember that you're now going to use this framework that you've developed as a group for your next assessment when I give you a blind, if I can call it that, scenario. So in a 90-minute test, you're going to get a blind scenario, and then you're going to have to take your framework and apply it. And I'm going to refer back to your framework in marking that assessment.
Thank you so much, Terilyn. If we can give Terilyn a hand of applause as she leaves. And then we'd like to welcome Abulela Mbanga for her insights on AI. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Abulela Mbanga. Currently a PhD student, still at the infancy stage. I'm affiliated with the Faculty of Engineering Built Environment and the Department of Construction Management. So today I'll be presenting on the title of my study being Demonstrating the Potential of Artificial Intelligence to Enhance Construction Supply Chain Management Efficiency in South Africa through Innovative Transformational Education. So this is a systematic literature review. So I'll be sharing insights from my systematic literature review intended to respond to one of my research objectives of my PhD study on how artificial intelligence can transform construction supply chain management in South Africa, and why is education central in this journey, which will later contribute to the body of knowledge of my study academically. So basically, the talk blends from the international evidence with South African realities, and it ends with practical recommendations. So to guide us through the journey, let's begin with the structure of today's presentation. which I'll be looking into the research question of why I'm conducting this systematic literature review, keywords that are used in the study, the background, the problem formulation of the study, and also I'll be looking into the literature review, which is an overview of artificial intelligence in construction supply chain management. Thereafter, I'll be presenting on the methodology that I've used in this study, whereby I've applied a PRISMA and meta-analysis methodology in terms of data collection and analysis. Thereafter, I'll be looking into findings and discussions of the data that was collected, whereby I'll be identifying the emerging patterns. Therefore, after I'll be concluding and making some recommendations, and therefore I'll be looking also at the list of references where I drew my study from. So with this, okay, I'm not sure why it's not moving. Okay, so basically the next slide is looking into the research questions that shaped the study. Okay, so basically the research question, which was extracted from the objective of my study, is that how can AI enhance construction supply chain management efficiencies in South Africa, and what role does education play in enabling this transformation? So with this so to sharpen this focus further, we'll be basically looking now into key terms that guided the review. So some of these terms might be misunderstood or controversial. So what I'm trying to do here is to clearly define them of what intended purpose was it, why they used in the study. So the first term is the construction supply management term. So supply chain management broadly is known as a coordination of activities involved in sourcing, production, logistics, and delivery across industry to enhance efficiency and customer satisfaction. But for this study, construction supply chain management is used as a term that is to adapt these principles to the construction sector, which is characterized by temporary base structures and multiple fragmented stakeholders and high uncertainty in material and service flow. So CSCM emphasizing synchronizing contractors, suppliers, and professionals to ensure timely delivery of construction projects. Another term that I wanted us to zoom into that might bring controversial arguments is the term artificial intelligence. So broadly, artificial intelligence is known as a branch of the computer science that focuses on creating machines capable of performing tasks that normally require human intelligence. So in this study, AI is used as AI is the deployment of algorithms and machines that interact with humans and the environment to which we improve productivity, enhance service, and address societal challenges, which includes education, healthcare, and construction. So another term that I wanted us to draw to that might bring controversial arguments is the term social factors. So broadly, social factors is known as external influences arising from societies, norms, and public opinion that impact technology and adoption and usage. But in this study, the term social factors encompasses stakeholder engagement, client expectation, ethical considerations, and workforce attitudes that shapes how artificial intelligence is integrated into the construction supply chain. So with these key concepts defined, we can now step into the background of why we're actually conducting this study. So construction drives the 13% of international GDP and infrastructure development. Yet SCM continues to show some signs of inefficiencies, such as delay, shortages, and cost overruns. So artificial intelligence has the potential to predict schedules, automate logistics, and make intelligent supports. So in South Africa, there's outdated processes and fragmented communication. There's minimal digital infrastructure and readiness. There's also organizational pushbacks against digital adoption. There's also a limited integration of AI in tertiary education. So the goal of this study is basically to explore artificial intelligence role in optimizing construction supply chain efficiency and preparing a digitally skilled construction workforce to be included in the curriculum of construction-related activities. So this leads to the question to say, what problem are we actually trying to resolve? Which now takes us to the problem formulation of how AI can enhance construction supply chain management efficiency in South Africa, and what role does education play in enabling this role. So the challenges that were identified was that there's weak digital infrastructure and technological adoption, with limited stakeholder buy-in, inadequate skills development that hinders effective implementation of AI. There's also resistance to change. There's also high implementation costs, which are high upfront investments that are needed for AI softwares, data analytics, platform, and skilled personnel. There's also limited integration in construction education and training. To understand how we might address these barriers, basically now what we'll be doing is to look into the literature. So we'll be firstly overviewing artificial intelligence construction internationally. So this is the literature review and the benefits of using AI internationally. So internationally, AI is used as a predictive scheduling tool, which forecasts project timelines and project delays, and optimize resource allocations and workforce planning. So these are used mostly in Europe and North America, whereby they've been identified to reduce project delays by up to 20%. Internationally, artificial intelligence is used as smart procurement. Basically, this is automating purchasing decisions based on demand and supply chain trends. This ensures timely availability of materials. So in countries like Asia, the Asian construction firms report lower material shortages and cost savings. Another benefit internationally is around the logistic optimization, which is now, this is real-time tracking of materials and equipment. This streamlines the delivery routes and schedules. So in countries like Australia and Europe, they have improved the efficiency and reduced idle time. Another benefit of using artificial intelligence internationally, it has been identified as a risk assessment and decision supporting tool. These help with identifying potential project risk early in project and supporting data-driven decision making. In countries like North American countries, companies show enhanced project reliability and lower risk exposure. So the next slide is basically looking into how the overview of AI in construction supply chain management, specifically in South Africa. Basically, these are the barriers. So in South Africa, there's an issue about technological readiness. This concept refers to how prepared is the industry in terms of hardware, software, connectivity, and data systems to adopt AI. So even if these AI tools exist, they cannot be used effectively without a reliable digital infrastructure. What is required in South Africa is the availability and maturity of digital infrastructure in AI tools. For example, construction companies need cloud-based project management platform to integrate artificial intelligence analytics. We need sensors, Internet of Things devices on site to enable real-time tracking of data. That is essential in order for us to achieve predictive scheduling. Another barrier that has been identified in South Africa is the issue of human capacity. So artificial intelligence uses technology like machine learning and predictive analytics to optimize construction. So what is required is training knowledge and sharing leadership, which is integrated abroad, which is now lacking in South Africa. Another barrier was around artificial intelligence policies, which are government regulations. What is required in South Africa is clear policies to reduce the uncertainty and encourage investments. For example, policies play a guiding role in shaping how the human capacity and organizational culture and resistance to change are managed. Another barrier is around economic conditions. I've noted time, so I'll be quick. Okay. Another one being culture. So culture is relating to the attitudes, beliefs, and social norms affecting the willingness to adopt artificial intelligence. So with this rigorous approach, we can now look into the methodology that was used in this structure, which is the PRISMA method and meta-analysis. So with the help of our university librarian, I've searched and sourced 3,469 articles from literature that were peer-reviewed. So the databases that were used are listed, the 11 databases there. So that is the identification stage. So a screening stage was also conducted on the articles. So records that retained after duplicates removed were 3,200. And the records screened were 3,200. Therefore, and then there were records that were excluded that amounted to 780. So the data collected was also tested for eligibility. So full text articles assessed for eligibility were 420. And full text excluded with reasons were up to 300. These sources included that some were not focused on construction supply chain and artificial intelligence. Some lacked concept, and some were non-English and inaccessible. So data that was included was around qualitative synthesis were 120, and data studies included in meta-analysis were 45. So the findings and observations in the data collection process included that 20 studies explicitly focused on South Africa, representing 16.71 of qualitative synthesis and 17.8 of meta-analysis. This shows that digital maturity and stakeholder engagement are lower compared to international benchmarks. So emphasis is needed around transformational education. So the databases that were strongest, that were identified, was Scopus, Web of Science, and Science Direct. So the identified gap is that after all these articles have been checked, there's a highlighting need to create experimental artificial intelligence in construction supply chain and integrating that into education. So the findings and emerging patterns based from the data that was analyzed was that in terms of technical readiness, there's infrastructure gaps. Many studies highlighted that there's limited digital infrastructure and capacity building. We need capacity building as well. We also need to ensure that we have stakeholder buy-in. Stakeholders are our critical enablers. We need to have a co-creation approach, initiatives that will involve stakeholders early to secure a more sustained support when it comes to artificial intelligence adoption. And around policies, an emerging pattern that was identified was that there is a push to align South African policies with the global artificial intelligence and digital standards, but the adoption to local readiness is uneven. We also need to ensure that we are ready in terms of policies. Another pattern that was identified was around educational readiness, which is teachers' readiness as a bottleneck. Without equipping educators, even well-designed digital initiatives fail to reach full potential. So now this draws to my conclusion of the study. So artificial intelligence adoption is uneven, even though progress exists, but infrastructure and skill gaps slow uptake. The stakeholder buy-in is critical. So the policy practices gaps persist. So we need strong frameworks, but implementation will actually take time as it is currently weak. So education is a key lever. So artificial intelligence is there to support, but not to replace. These create new roles around educational technologies, artificial intelligence literacy, training, curriculum designers, and digital ethics educators, which enable teachers to focus on mentorship and innovation rather than the administration work. So the recommendations are basically to strengthen the digital infrastructure, invest in artificial intelligence skills and training, develop construction supply chain focused policies and frameworks, and promote stakeholder engagement and address job fears, expand locally and interdisciplinary in research. So AI use among students is inevitable. Without proper guidance, they risk being misused, just as social media. Our responsibility is to guide the students toward a safe and responsible use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abulela, for sharing a very interesting and exciting study with us. Are there any questions for Abulele? No. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, there's a hand. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and also to the esteemed guests at large. Thank you, Doc, also. Am I allowed to call you Doc?
Yeah, pre-doc.
Pre-doc. Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for a mouthful and also a sweet presentation that you have just presented us to. Now, my question is only one about the AI. Is that I was checking your background there at your presentation, and now I didn't see the vision and the mission statement that roadmaps us to the goal.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask about that so that I can have a clear roadmap on how to use the AI. I hope that you're hearing my question.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. So basically the goal of the systematic literature review.
Yes.
Okay, so basically the goal of this systematic literature review is extracted from one of my objectives of my research. So currently I'm a PhD student. So I wanted to find out what role can education play in terms of ensuring that artificial intelligence is embedded early, so that to respond to the inefficiencies when it comes to construction supply chain management. So the students are prepared in advance, but only specific to construction management and project management. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we can give one last round of applause for our presenters. And then I think it's time for us to head off to lunch. Enjoy.
Does it mean I can go? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Apologies for the tech glitches. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. And a special welcome to a special person in our midst. We welcome our previous DVC, Prof. Denise Zinn. Welcome. She's there at the back, DVC. Yeah, feel welcome in the space. You're joining us for our couch conversation. It's called AI at a Crossroads. We have gathered a very special multidisciplinary panel for you today. Couch conversation. Before I get there, I'll just that is the mentee. Oh no, I think I'm on the wrong slides. Sorry, that's not the slides. I just wanted to show the panel here. That's not my slides. You got us out. Where it says the role of AI. Couch conversation is there. There.
Okay.
Yes, there we are. Now we are going. That is our couch conversation, AI generated image. There for I tried to bring in the academy, but I couldn't, so it's got now a field there for us. Colleagues, yesterday Darrell was talking about that we need these guidelines and what it means for us to be without guidelines, a kind of map. I think this is what we're going to be talking about today, how different disciplinary disciplines are responding to AI, and then what we could propose in the end, we'll get there for that. What I've got on this slide is one of our third-year photography students who's at this university. You will recognize this if you are in the house. He's taken this image, and some of you who know Schoenmakerskop will know this image, but what he's done is he's kind of transformed this sort of familiar space. And I often think that when I look at this image, then I thought it reminds me of where we are in higher education, because the space is familiar, but it's not familiar, because what he's done is, the student did, was there's like a mist across it, so you can't read, it doesn't look quite familiar. But it also reminded me of a poem by Jabulani Mzinyati from Durban, who talks about us being enveloped by mists of confusion, and our equilibrium that gets disturbed. And I think that's also how AI, how we feel about AI. And, you know, our mind has got this avalanche of questions. And then how do we move and navigate those rocky spaces to get towards this AI map? And then here again, I'm going to talk about Dennis Brutus, and with that I referred to this morning, where he talks about, you know, how do we move to this place that's alive and full of promise. In one of his poems, it's full of color. The color you see there, it's fluid. It replenishes you like water. So I this is one of my favorite photographs of one of my students. Then there's another photograph that one of our students also did in photography, a third-year photography student, and she's got a very different interpretation of this, of what when I asked her at the student exhibition what that meant. You know, I saw something very different. You know, I see that perhaps without an AI map for ourselves, that our knowledges and ourselves can be invisibilized. She was talking about capitalism, she tells me, and what it does, you know, for us. So today we are gathering a panel. These are our panelists to talk to us about AI at a crossroads. So I'm going to ask you all to come up. Dr. Tanya Wagner from law. And then Prof. Dalenka Potas from EBET. Miss Nicole Worthington from Pharmacy, Health Sciences. And then Dr. Karabo Mayane from Philosophy. Okay, so now I'm going to ask my tech people to just come and help me to just move to my, just to the bios for them. I know, Karabo. I can start talking about you, Karabo. Yeah, you can just go off. Yeah, and then just get my thing back. So maybe I can start talking about Karabo while I wait, because Karabo's in my faculty. So Dr. Karabo Mayane is head of philosophy department for his sins at our institution. And yeah, sorry, there's a, yeah, take it out, please. And he's also he holds a PhD in the very fascinating field of AI and ethics. So he is going to be talking to us today about this. Hey, Karabo. And then, sorry. Now there's a reason why we're doing this. And you're going to have to excuse me. I forgot my glasses somewhere. And I'm like, I asked Karabo for his glasses, but it doesn't work for me. So that's why I'm now having to read the bios from here. So I don't know, does your glasses work? Let me see. Maybe. Oh, no. I'm going to have to try another pair there. So that's why I can't read the bios. My apologies. Oh, now you're live streaming this. Oh, my word. Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't know where I left it, somewhere here. So I'm sorry. Please, you're going to delete the live data from the live stream. So now I can talk. Okay. So let me start with Dr. Karabo Mayane. He's a lecturer and head of the philosophy department at Nelson Mandela University. He teaches moral and political philosophy and the history of philosophy. His PhD was on the ethics of artificial intelligence. His research interests include the impact of AI technologies on human dignity in the context of healthcare, warfare, and social robotics. He's an active member of the Faculty of Humanities Digital Humanities Hub. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Mayane. Ms. Nicole Worthington is an industrial pharmacist. She graduated cum laude with a M.Pharm and was awarded the Albert Wessels Award for the Best Masters by Coursework in 2018. She joined Mandela in 2018, where she now lectures pharmaceuticals to the next generation of industrial pharmacists and supervises postgraduate students on topics involving pharmaceutical manufacturing and is part of an AI community of practice within her faculty. Then we move to Dr. Tanya Wagner. She is a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Law, HOD in the Department of Public Law. She researches in the areas of law of the sea, intellectual property law, environmental law, and you are a member of the pool of experts of the UN regular process for reporting and assessment of the state of the marine environment. She facilitates workshops within the Faculty of Law about the ethical use of AI when conducting research, and she's also been added to the AI subcommittee of the Senate Assessment Working Group. Last but not least, Prof. Delenka Potters is a professor in the School of Information Technology at Nelson Mandela University. She's currently the acting dean of the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment and Technology. She holds a PhD in computer science, and she's recognized for her scholarship in health informatics and information security. And more recently, her research has included the intersection of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in healthcare, with emphasis on developing multi-layered strategies to counter emerging threats such as deepfake scams, AI manipulation, and phishing attacks in clinical settings. So thank you very much, panel. Welcome. You ready for me? Okay, so I must hand this back. So what we going to do in this panel is, have all of you answer particular questions, the same question, but then I also have particular questions for some people. Okay, so if you allow me, we know that there's been alarm in the sector about the impact of Gen AI, particularly its effect on student voice and thought. And it has brought this critical question about what higher education is for into the foreground. And so if the role of higher education, well, I'm going to rather let you, and not go on and on and on, let you talk to us about about some of these issues. So I'm going to start with that question. In your view, what is the university for? Why are we here? And are these aspirations for common good now threatened by AI? And are we thus at a crossroads? So I'm going to ask all of you to respond to that question, please. We can start. Karabo.
Thank you so much. Shout out to Professor Maseko, who's just walked in. Thank you, Dr. Luke, for the question, and good afternoon, colleagues. I think for me, the purpose of the university is the production and dissemination of knowledge. So we are here to firstly learn from each other, with each other, and then secondly to be able to transfer that information that we've learned to others. And now, the introduction of certain technologies at different eras of time provide an opportunity and challenges in terms of the process of production and dissemination of information. The AI hype, which is something that is much popular now, it's something that is the new hype of the time. I remember when I was in varsity, one of the biggest rules was do not use Wikipedia. Wikipedia is bad because of one reason or the other. And the reason I like using this example is that it's because what is at the crossroad at the moment is that the notion of artificial intelligence that has been presented has given us an opportunity to be able to learn from our students who are actually much more literate in terms of the technology than we are. What is at the crossroads is that those of us who are instructors in the room are a bit uncomfortable because this is a knowledge gap that we have and we are expected to be experts. So it is us as instructors who, because of the lack of knowledge and understanding of how these technologies work, are a bit uncomfortable, and so to ensure that we still remain in the positions of power when it comes to these things, we want to quell it so that it remains to how we are. So the thing that I think is important here is to understand that every teaching system has its own challenges, and this is the challenge that presents us now today. And the crossroads has to do with us who are instructors more so than it does with the students. And we could learn more simply by engaging with others, with students and whatever, as opposed to trying to create systems that are able to quell the system.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to talk from a very practical point of view. I lecture in a professional degree. So what is the university for? Yes, amongst other things, for knowledge creation, but also to create a graduate who can go out there and do the job that they need to do. So I feel that very strongly because lecturing in a profession like pharmacy, that's what we want to do. We want to create pharmacists that can go out there and serve their communities and be fit for purpose. And the world out there is not one where the pharmacist anymore needs to be able to stand behind the counter and rattle off the mechanism of action of paracetamol. It's not going to be useful. What does the pharmacist need to be able to do? What do my graduates need to be able to do when they go out into the world? They need to be able to think. And they need to be able to take the vast amount of information that is out there and make sense of it. AI is a tool that will help with that. So my graduates need to be able to harness the power of AI. They need to be able to use those tools, and they need to be able to interpret for themselves whether this information is correct or not. So I feel that just excluding AI from the undergrad curriculum particularly would be putting my students at least at a disadvantage because they are going to have these tools available to them and they need to be able to work with them. And as Dr. Fogarty showed in her talk in the previous section, one of the biggest things that I'm finding with my students is that they don't learn to think across topics. They want you to ask, like if I set them a test, oh ma'am, which section was that question in the test out of? I said it wasn't out of a section. It took something from that section, something from that section, something from the other section, because one day in the workplace, when they're working in a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant, the problem that has to be solved isn't going to have sat in one of my lectures. It's going to have sat in so many of them, and they're going to have to take all that information and do a deviation investigation and put a report together that's grasping at information from all over the place. They're going to have to connect the dots. And AI can help with that. But they're also going to have to know how to prompt it to help with that, where to find the information, and what they can rely on, and also just how to think for themselves. So if we can use AI to, number one, help them to think, help them see complex situations, we can give them more complex situations and make them critique it, as Dr. Fogarty showed. So that's where I really feel I'm an adopter, I'll put it that way. So I'm very excited about using AI to create that graduate that is fit for purpose.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to frame the purpose of the university as a workshop where we as educators work together to help the students to create a lifelong toolkit which they can use in life after university. And we share various tools with them, including, for example, for the lawyers, we give them case law, for engineers, we give them physics and mathematics and so on. But the more important tools are the more universal ones, like critical thinking, creativity, innovation, social awareness, and you will recognize those from our graduate attributes. So the purpose is not to just create a graduate who will exit with a degree, but for them to leave with a degree and a fully operational toolkit that empowers them to make the best life possible for themselves, and also our strapline to change the world for everybody who, you know, lives there. So yes, we do share, as part of those tools, facts and frameworks, but the emphasis is on the how and the why, as has been mentioned today a couple of times. So enter AI, and suddenly we are fundamentally challenged in the way that we think. In the discipline of information technology, for example, if a Gen AI tool can generate programming code at the click of a button, and our industry is actively adopting that in their practices through, for example, debugging, creating documentation and prototyping, what do I have to do to ensure that my students now remain relevant? And secondly, from an educator's point of view, how do we use Gen AI to make our teaching practices more effective and efficient? So this brings us then to the crossroads, where with two paths. The one path takes us to irrelevance, where we ban AI and we retreat back into our corner, and we continue fighting a losing battle with this technology, which in essence is already an integral part of the intellectual landscape. Or secondly, we can embrace this technology. But, and it's a big but, we have to continue engaging with the risks that have been highlighted as we continued with our discussion so far. So I'm on embracing AI so that we are empowered by it and not overpowered. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think just to maybe add to what some of my colleagues have said about, you know, what are universities for? I think, you know, if you look at it a little bit more, you know, a little broader, I think that universities should also be, you know, offering space for dissent and critique. And, you know, we, I think as an institution, have worked very hard to provide these, you know, or to create these socially engaged spaces so that, you know, we can develop socially engaged citizens. Related to that, I think universities should also serve the communities in ways that go beyond merely just educating them for a profession or for a, I mean, obviously that's, one of the core functions. But as an institution within a community, I think there are functions that the university are responsible for that go beyond that. Like, for instance, if you look in the Faculty of Law, for instance, we have the Law Clinic. And while our final year law students are required to do weekly training sessions in the clinic, it is actually a fully functioning law firm that offers free legal services, not just advice. They go to court, they represent, they act for underserved communities in the metropole. We also have the Refugee Rights Centre, which serves a similar function. We have the Labour Advice Office, and we also have the Mobile Law Clinic. So those are examples, I think, of ways in which universities are, doing more than just educating so that someone can get a job when they eventually leave. As for the second part of the question, we can't ignore the fact that AI is a disruptive technology that has sparked lots of debate of late about the state of education, particularly higher education, and what the future of education is going to look like. And a lot of the debate is focused on, where the academy must go from here, which clearly points towards the fact that we are, in fact, at a crossroads. And a lot of the debate is kind of framed in, you either adapt to AI or you die. But I sort of think about it a little bit more about, well, what are the issues that are at this crossroads? What is the nature of the crossroads? Why is it that AI is making us, question everything? And I think the advent of AI is bringing to light issues that could result in some unintended consequences for the academy if they are not managed properly. The majority of these issues or gaps are things that, particularly we as an institution, I think have worked extremely hard in the last, 15, 20 years to address. For instance, we know that AI benefits tend to accrue to those who have the resources, money, infrastructure, expertise. This can widen the gaps between institutions, between disciplines, between countries, regions, and social groups. We also know that AI systems are trained on existing data and content that we as a developing, previously colonized country knows is biased and skewed towards, Western ways of thinking. So a complete reliance on AI could reproduce or enhance some of those social challenges and inequalities that, we've worked very hard to address. And then there are some more obvious issues, I think, which we are now starting to really grapple with, academic integrity, where an over-reliance on AI for research assistance or peer review or citation generation can actually threaten rigorous scientific standards. From a legal perspective, when we talk about things like intellectual property and ownership and authorship, we know that whole systems are being developed that essentially use the work and creations of other people without their permission and without crediting them. Have we forgotten how fundamentally wrong that is? These are people's livelihoods that we're talking about. And then, not to mention the fact that the content generated by an AI model is often severely lacking when it comes to, where it got the information from, which makes it very difficult to verify the accuracy of the information generated. And in some cases, you need special training in order to be able to do that. For instance, if I ask ChatGPT a question about a legal problem, I have the training to know where to go to find the sources that I need to verify the accuracy of what ChatGPT generated. Somebody who doesn't have that kind of training, and then again, it brings us back to access. I'm fortunate, I work at an institution where I have access to, journals that are sitting behind paywalls, and, I know where to go to look for the legislation. We have these beautiful databases created and curated by our, library services that make it easy. But, somebody who asks ChatGPT for legal advice, I was chatting to someone earlier who was saying, you could literally ask ChatGPT to draw up a divorce agreement for you if you really wanted to. But, where does someone like that go to verify the accuracy of whatever information was generated? And what if that information is wrong and they make these decisions that can impact on, what they do next? Get divorced, for example. So that kind of also just brings me then to my last point, that if AI outputs are trusted without scrutiny, or if tools are being used to generate, fake content or persuasive, biased content, the reliability of the information is eroded, and along with it, the public trust. I mean, we just have to think back to the fairly recent pandemic to see how hard science had to defend their very existence, precisely because of misinformation that was just so prevalent. So those are some of the things that I've been thinking about, when I've been thinking about what we mean by the crossroads.
No, thank you very much, panel. I think you've given us very rich input on how the academy is for knowledge, it's for skills, but it's also for the social impact. So thank you very much. I'm going to ask you disciplinary specific questions now, if you don't mind. So I'm going to start again with you, Karabo, and I'm going to say, drawing on the discipline of philosophy, how do we cultivate integrity and ethics in an age of Gen I amongst our students? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luke. I've been on a campaign, I think, for the past few months where I've been giving talks about academic integrity, specifically because I think the approaches that I've seen in multiple institutions of higher learning as it pertains to artificial intelligence take on the security and risk mitigation perspective and the policing perspective. So we update our Tenet-in, we put an AI tracker on it so that we can see who's cheating and who's not. We upgrade policy to ensure that there's a way in which we can prosecute those that are transgressing or not. But foundationally, I think one of the things that is missing, like you're saying, is the question of integrity. And these are some of the verbs and the words that we use every day, and we take for granted the foundational meanings of them. We have to understand that integrity is a virtue. And one of the things that is fundamental about any virtue that human beings have is that it's a disposition that we all have in one perspective or the other. So as it pertains to the question of integrity, we are either honest or not honest as a disposition. But how we cultivate something of that nature is to say, how do we teach each other to be honest with each other? It requires time, it requires practice, and it requires habit. And once we understand that at a base level of concept, to say integrity is something that is cultivated over time, it's something that's a disposition that we all have, and it's something that we need to collectively build on, then we can ask the question of how. And I think, importantly, the question of how starts with the notion of transparency. Again, with us instructors, to say when we deal with these technologies, we need to first be outright and honest about how we make use of them. I've seen many articles these days where students have been taking professors to court who have been asking them questions using ChatGPT, but penalizing them for answering questions using ChatGPT. So it's been a little complicated in that regard. And I don't think the problem is asking the questions using ChatGPT or answering the question using ChatGPT, but the question of one of the natures of the things that we're trying to fulfill is to develop a level of comprehension for us to be able to trust that the student that we send out there as a graduate of Nelson Mandela has the requisite knowledge that we are saying they do on a piece of paper that they have. So we need to trust that. To trust that means we need to trust the student. But if the student is masquerading work that is not theirs as though it's theirs, then it means we cannot trust them because they are not honest. So how do we then build a culture of honesty? We build a culture of honesty by being open with each other. Say I use ChatGPT. This is how I used it. No, my child, this is not how you should use it. This is how you should use it. And the nice thing about a university is that there's no my child. We are all colleagues here. So we can engage student and instructor on the same level of understanding and comprehension. So I think how we should do it, I think the important thing that we need to do, first and foremost, is for us to be open in terms of the tools that we use and how we use them. Secondly, is to ensure that students understand that we are not out to get you. We are not out to police you. We are there to ensure that we impart some kind of knowledge, and in the process we learn from you. And part of the ways to do that, it means there are certain standards that we need to uphold. So transparency becomes the foundational principle that we need to use. Secondly, we need to teach each other how to be honest and trusting with each other. That starts with us talking to each other and speaking truthfully. If you get high similarity score with the same app, and then you go to Quillbot and then you change it so that it can confuse the teacher, you're trying to cheat me. When you're trying to cheat me, it means you're not honest as a person. If I penalize you without telling you why I'm penalizing you, I'm judging you without necessarily engaging with you. So it's a dialogical conversation that needs to happen that is predicated on the notion that honesty is something that is built over time. It's something that we cultivate together. It's not something that's a given. And the moment we understand it as a virtue that we can build together, then we can understand that we are equal stakeholders of ensuring that we build it together.
Ask you to respond to philosophy. Thank you so much, Dr. Mayane. So I'm going to ask each of the not other, now it sounds like I'm othering. Okay, I'm going to ask each discipline to respond to, just my question here, how your discipline or faculty is leveraging AI. And then what can your discipline teach us about AI? I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know. So I'm just looking at my time, so if you don't mind, I can give you 2 minutes each. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I think after this, I'm giving a little workshop on one of the hacks that I'm using AI for. So it's really just a tip and trick that I've found AI is very useful for in many assessments. My colleague, Dr. Fogarty, spoke about what she's doing with AI. I think all I can really speak about is from the pharmacy department, and I know a little bit from the radiology department. There are a few people who really are harnessing it to try and also EMS department, to try and get students thinking differently, also then just to assist us in some of our assessments, in some of how, well, personally, you'll see what I'm using it for just now, to make more self-assessments available to students as well, is one of the ways I'm using it, and also to promote deeper thinking, to promote students to think about things in a different way. And then I know in our faculty in the emergency medical care, they're one of our, and I can't talk too much to it, I've only seen one presentation, but a really interesting thing of the way that it is looking at how the students actually log their work, and it gives them crits and feedback as to how to improve their recording of their practical sessions, which was really interesting. So those are just a few examples. I think there is in health sciences a lot of application for AI, and I have seemed to have seen from a lot of my colleagues that there is a willingness to work with it and adopt, but ethically and not just willy-nilly, if you would.
In our faculty, Dr. Supatratos from the School of IT spearheaded a pilot project where we looked at the use of an AI learning tool called MindJoy, which was also discussed this morning in a presentation by Peter Heinz. We piloted the software across 3 modules, and there were about 180 students. And I think the initial results after the first semester were very encouraging in terms of the kind of support that was available to the students. It was rolled out as a 24/7 tutor available to the students, and secondly also as a marking assistant to the lecturer, but which gives immediate feedback to the students and scaffolds them to be able to improve on those tasks that they've been assigned. We've decided to extend the pilot into the second semester, and our purpose at this stage will be to broaden the exposure across more modules, and the purpose is to create awareness both with the lecturers as well as with the students. Then we also have a PhD student who's researching how to teach programming using AI. And interestingly, it's with first-year students. You asked the question earlier, at which point do you start? And the intention is that students arriving with the university in their first year are so varied in terms of the skills. Some of them have had IT as a subject at school, others haven't had IT at all or not even CAT. And so the intention is to use scaffolding through a tool like AI to bring all the students up to the same level. Then we've got some modules outside of AI learning tools who are lecturers, in some modules who are intentionally trying to teach the students how to use AI responsibly. But I would view that as an emerging practice in terms of the state or the maturity of the faculty. I think that we're further along in understanding how we can use AI to assist us to teach than we are in creating ways of teaching the students how to use AI responsibly, except within the confines of a tool like MindJoy, where responsible use is built into the tool itself. In terms of the lessons that our discipline can teach the rest of the room, firstly, it's very clear to us that we need AI literacies, both in terms of the lecturers and the students. Secondly, we have to be willing to challenge our own assumptions. We have to understand within our disciplines how the advent of AI is changing the job market and the expectation of the student, so that we are then willing to amend the way that we teach. Thirdly, we don't have time for 3-year and 5-year plans. We have to adopt a living lab kind of model of curriculation so that we learn as we go along in our classes. And then fourthly, as we heard this morning in the DVC's session, we need a new form of critical literacy where output that has been generated by AI can be intellectually owned by the students and can be validated by the students, and we can ensure that their voice is still present in those outputs. So we're still at the beginning of the journey, and it's still messy, but we're getting there.
So from the perspective of not just the law faculty, but the legal profession in general, I think our experience is a little different. We're still learning, or we're still grappling with how students are using AI to conduct legal research at about the same time that our courts are grappling with the same issue. So I've sort of put together, some information, some statements from the courts. As lawyers, we are kind of bound by what the courts say. It's the fundamental basis of what we call legal precedent. And as a result, we kind of have to take seriously what the courts are saying about a particular issue. And we've had calls in the last sort of year and a half. There have been 3 South African cases where attorneys acting on behalf of ordinary members of the public, one of whom was actually a member of government, high-ranking member of government, used ChatGPT to generate legal research, which was submitted to the courts. The judges, doing their due diligence, couldn't find a lot of these cases, started asking questions, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. I mean, in the one case, I think there were 8 cases that had been submitted as evidence, when in actual fact they didn't exist. So just to give you some idea of some of the statements that are coming out of the courts now, and of course the reason why we are focused on this I think as a law faculty is because, whatever policy we formulate about how we are going to manage AI, what those ethical boundaries are, it has to be informed by, what the courts and what the profession are saying. So this is why we kind of paying attention to what they're saying. And I mean, in the one case, the judge said that in this age of instant gratification, this incident serves as a timely reminder to at least the lawyers involved in this matter that when it comes to legal research, the efficiency of modern technology still needs to be infused with a dose of good old-fashioned independent reading. Courts expect lawyers to bring a legally independent and questioning mind to bear on especially novel legal matters, and certainly not to merely repeat in parrot fashion the unverified research of a chatbot. The embarrassment associated with this incident is probably sufficient punishment for the plaintiff's attorneys. Those attorneys got off lightly. In the next case, Mandela versus the MEC, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in KZN, Mavundla's attorney had cited a case, Peterson versus the Public Protector, made all kinds of claims about what the court had decided in that particular case. But as the judge was preparing her judgment, tried to find the case, couldn't find it, searched all the databases that she had access to, could find nothing. She then started asking questions. The attorneys were called to court. The attorney blamed the candidate attorney, who was a recent law graduate, and said she had relied on information that the candidate attorney had given her. And of course, the attorney took that without checking it herself, went to court, presented, and of course, this is where we now ended up. The candidate attorney was then asked to appear in court. She stated that she had sourced the cases from law journals accessed through her university portal. Now, as anyone in my faculty can tell you, whenever we read about attorneys that are being taken to task for professional misconduct, there's always that moment where we have a panic, like, is it one of ours? Does anyone know? And then the WhatsApp groups are on fire for about 10 minutes, and then someone's going, no, they came from this university or that university, and then we breathe a collective sigh of relief. So I can assure my colleagues in the room this was not one of ours. And of course, as any law student worth their salt can tell you, you don't find judgments in journal articles. Anyway, I digress. So she was asked about where she found these cases. She denied using AI tools to do her research and requested additional time to review her search history. The judge then offered a practical solution and suggested that the attorneys from this particular law firm go down to the actual library at the High Court and find the cases. The owner of the law firm then appeared in court about 5 days later and said that because the library itself was requesting payment for the printing of the cases, he wasn't prepared to do that. The judge then gave them another adjournment, given them another opportunity to produce the cases. They weren't able to do that. The judge highlighted the attorney's duty to the court as outlined in the Code of Conduct for all legal practitioners and said, a legal practitioner shall take all reasonable steps to avoid, directly or indirectly, misleading a court or a tribunal on any matter of fact or question of law. In particular, a legal practitioner shall not mislead a court or a tribunal in respect of what is in papers before the court or tribunal, including any transcript of evidence. As far as AI went, the judge said that Mavundla's attorney had blindly relied on authorities provided to her by the candidate attorney without checking the references when addressing her at the initial hearing. She also referred to the inordinate amount of legal and judicial resources that were then subsequently spent in trying to verify the accuracy of the information that was placed before the court. And then the judge said, in my view, relying on AI technologies when doing legal research is irresponsible and downright unprofessional. This judge then went further, had a lot more to say. For the sake of time, I won't go into detail, but ended up sanctioning the law firm, including the attorneys and the candidate attorney. They had to pay the costs de boni propri, which basically means you pay for everything. The costs on the other side, and you can't charge your client for any of the work that you did. And they were all referred to the Legal Practice Council, which, if they are found guilty, will probably result in them being disbarred, which means they won't be able to practice as attorneys any further. And then, of course, there was another case. There's three. I mean, if you're welcome to email me if you want some more information on this for the sake of time. But so from a faculty perspective, we kind of have to take all of that on board when firstly formulating whatever policy, that we are going to then apply to how AI is going to be used. We're not doing our students any favors if we sort of promote unfettered, unbridled access, and then they walk into a law firm, and the firm having seen what has happened in the courts, has said no one is allowed to use AI, you may not do anything. And now the poor student has no idea how to actually do basic research because, you know, we didn't put those sort of parameters in place. So we have to kind of take that on board. But where we have seen some examples, and I think this is something that as a faculty we can start looking at, is how they have been able to use AI in ethical ways within legal practice. Very interesting. There were projects where they used AI to analyze past judgments in order to figure out best strategy. So using it as a training tool, you know, where the AI was then able to say, well, this is where they went wrong, this is what they should have done, this is the step they could have taken. They've also used it to uncover bias in judgments, particularly coming out of particular courts and in sentencing, which is fascinating. You can use AI to, as part of legal training, where you can get AI to generate contracts and then have students analyze or at least tailor the contracts to whatever particular purpose, whatever task you give them. They've used AI, for instance, to match lawyers and law firms to clients who need pro bono, which is free legal services. So, you know, you can speed up the process substantially if you can, you know, where they use AI to actually match people that have a specific legal issue with an attorney that specializes in that particular field. I actually have a colleague who wrote a piece of legislation, a draft piece of legislation to regulate a particular issue, and he asked AI, I think it was ChatGPT and Claude, to analyze this and to point out any potential gaps, any, you know, problems where if they had to implement the legislation, you know, where there might be legal loopholes. And he said, while there were some suggestions that were generated, that he obviously had the training to be able to say, well, no, that's not going to work, or, well, we actually have other laws that deal with that, so that's not an issue. But he says there were a number of issues that he hadn't thought of that the AI was able to sort of, you know, indicate. And he was then able to modify the legislation to try and cover those gaps. And then I probably shouldn't say too much about the next sort of idea because it's something that I'm implementing in an upcoming spot test in my class. But I've taken one of the application type questions, which is a legal problem that the students are required to solve. I've asked 2 or 3 AI models to provide the answer to the question, but it must make 5 deliberate mistakes. And so it spits out an answer, and then it lists underneath the 5 mistakes that it made. Of course, there were actually 8 mistakes. You know, it only identified 5, so it didn't realize that it had made 3 more. But so the idea is that I'm going to give the students the question and the answer, and then they have to correct it. They have to find the mistakes, and then they have to correct it.
So, Tonya, if I may.
So, yes, I'm done. So I was going to say, this is sort
sorry.
of our thinking on
Thank you
issues
so
at the
much. I'm
moment.
so sorry. It's fascinating listening to you. But we're running out of time, and I just want to check with our chair whether we have time for questions before I make my final concluding remark. 2 minutes. Okay, so should we just stop? What are you saying? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes. We will keep straight. Thank you, colleagues. We deliberately put together a multidisciplinary panel so that we could have this conversation to help us start thinking DVC to as one response. Could a multidisciplinary response help move us forward? Each discipline has got their own responses, but we can also learn from each other. So we can learn from ethics, we can learn from the law, what we shouldn't do. You know, we can learn about how to be well in this space from health sciences in an AI space. And then from EBIT, I don't know, the tools and how, you know, these tools work in terms of bias. You know, as we start thinking about a literacies module, what could a multidisciplinary response look like at Mandela? What could be the elements of that? I think is what we want to leave you with. But we have a minute or two for questions. So we'll take 2 questions. Okay. So you're just going to shoot your question and no preambles. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. The use of AI assumes universal access for everyone. What I'm hearing now is it's assuming. Oh, should I stand? Oh.
You have like 1 minute.
All right. What I'm hearing here is that the use of AI assumes a lot of universal access, and it assumes some sort of equality. It assumes some sort of equity. But the realities of the South African system and the South African South Africa is that most of the students that we are going to get here at university did not have access to AI. And perhaps we are building a plane while it's still already in the air. How are we as a university going to ensure that when we are going to be teaching this thing of AI, that there is some sort of equity, there is some sort of equality? I mean, we spoke about the prompts that you need to put in AI. The language issue, in terms of the diverse abilities of our students to be able to prompt AI correctly, isn't that creating a gap in the inequality and perpetuating those particular inequalities? Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't say who, but maybe it was DVC. I'm only teasing DVC. So can we have one? You both had your hands up for long, so we'll take the last 2. Elmi, did you have your hand up, Elmi? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, in academic institutions, you have your top students, you have your average students, and you have your not so good students, How do you as lecturers then identify when your students, how do you differentiate between when your students used AI or not? Like, do you go back and think of the interactions they had in class with you, like during your lectures? Do you think of their responses during your lectures? Do you go back and look at previous assessments and how their marks look before you decide on whether they used AI or not when you do your marking?
Thank you. And then the last question. Sorry, Amanda.
No, thank you very much to the panelists and also the esteemed guests. And my question is very simple, without preambles. I'm going to keep them narrow and straight. I'm going to talk about the first question, restructuring the purpose of universities. Now, that also poses a question mark there, that where do universities fit in now in this issue of AI? Now the question is very simple. If AI gets into the space of universities, why do we need physical mentorship with regards with this innovation of AI? Now, I want the question to be road mapped into also where does that leave? Where does this issue of AI leave us with regards of traditional degrees? Thank you.
Okay, so we've got 3 questions and then we've got like 30 seconds. Yeah, for a response. Anyone? Yeah, so I'm going to like stop you after 30 seconds. You can take the question, Nicole.
Take the second question, which is about, do we consider the whole student? And yes, as lecturers, we do. We know, or some of us know, who are the students that are coming to our classes. We know they're the ones who are interacting. I also still do assessments that are impossible to use AI. I have proper exams, and that's, so I know the level of thinking. So you can see if a student suddenly, who could not put two thoughts together a week ago, is suddenly giving you PhD-worthy material. You can see it, and then it is a conversation. And in my experience, whenever I've had to call a student in for such a conversation, they have confessed.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. So then we have the other questions about, we are assuming, I think it was the first question. Anybody want to take that? We are making assumptions about.
Well, I mean, I think what the first questioner was saying is correct. We know that, and it's something that I mentioned earlier, was that, we as an institution have worked very hard to broaden access, to create spaces where no matter where you come from, whether you're disabled, whether you're not disabled, that you have the same opportunities. And we know that AI and the rate at which AI is going and the way it's expanding, I mean, it definitely has the potential to sort of deepen those inequalities, those, the difficulties with access. So I don't have an answer for you, but it's definitely something that we have to keep in mind when we are developing our policies on AI and how it's used and how it's going to be implemented at the university, because it's a very real concern.
Yeah, thank you so much. Karaba, are you itching to answer the last one? And then, 20 seconds, Karaba.
Yeah, well, I'm not itching. I think on the question of equality and equity and universal access, you're absolutely right. But this is a dilemma that everybody faces everywhere else. I think where we can give credit to Nelson Mandela in this regard is that one of the large models that is used, GPT-5, is given access to students and it's licensed, and the license is paid by the institution. And that's a big app. So it means those that use the free apps choose to use them, but every student who's on the Microsoft platform has access to Copilot, which in fact is the upgraded version of ChatGPT because it uses GPT-5. In that regard, then it means it's universal access to anybody that is in the infrastructure. As to the question of degrees, one of the challenges is there's professional degrees and there's academic degrees. Professional degrees, it's a no-brainer where they go in terms of the function that they do. But in terms of academic degrees, the job of us being here in this space is to be each other's interlocutors. Because the one thing that we can do for each other that we can't do with technology is to be verifying agents of each other in terms of the knowledge that we're producing. Because knowledge cannot be produced as a silo. It's a process that happens as a result of co-creation.
Okay, thank you. If everybody, can you please give our fabulous panel? Thank you so much. I wish we had more time. I'm sorry to have rushed you. Colleagues, we have now concurrent sessions for the day, to end our day, and I think there's tea and coffee thereafter. Someone left a bag in the lunch area. Patience has it. If you want to grab, go see her. Thank you very much. We will, DVC, we go straight home, right? After tea. Concurrent sessions, and then we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for a wonderful day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we have a chair for the session or, but I don't see anyone, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the workshop. So, yeah, this is, for those who haven't met me, Nicole Worthington from Pharmacy Department, and this is not a long-winded academic talk. This is a little trick that I've discovered that I'd like to share with you to make your lives a little bit easier. And what I'm also then, if time allows, I'm going to show you a few other things that I have now discovered as well in my playing with AI over the last little while. So I'm going to go through my PowerPoint very quickly. It's late afternoon. We've had enough of all the academic talk. I'm just going to show you what I've learned and what I've done, and then hopefully take you through a live example of how I do it. And then I also want to show you, as I say, some of the other things that I've learned if we've got time to do them. So I'm going to show you about the why we need question banks. So how many of you have question banks in Funda? So, I mean, I find a question bank very helpful for if I want to set up a quick quiz on something. It's very flexible. It allows you to quickly draw questions in. The lovely thing about the little question banks and that on Funda is that it allows for self-assessment with the students. So many students, they think they know the work, but unless they can actually test themselves, they don't know. And it allows for quick self-assessment. It's self-marking. It allows for consistent assessments. And it also supports feedback and analytics, especially for the students. So it gives them an idea of where they are. Also, no marking for the MCQs on Moodle. Saves academic time as far as the marking is concerned, and once again, immediate feedback for the student, which is really helpful. And it's also applicable to any discipline. All of us can use this, so it's very useful. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to explain what I've done, then I'm going to give a little live demonstration, and then talk a little bit about practical integration. And our outcomes is to create quality multiple choice questions and other questions, which I'll show you a little bit later, upload and manage the questions in Funda. And while I am doing this presentation, look out for my little light bulb top tips, which are things that I have probably found out the hard way, or just through trial and error, and I've discovered are really helpful. So what I've said, the benefits, reduces repetitive work. It's reusable across years and modules if you've got a question bank. If you input your questions properly, it's easy to search and tag the questions for using them again. It gives the immediate feedback potential and can be used for formative and summative assessment. So the process that I follow when I am creating these question banks using AI, the first thing you have to do, and what I'm hearing a lot of is people talking about, oh, they put something in and just took the information from AI, letting it search the web or all the information it has access to, which it is very, very good at. But I'm finding it a lot more useful if I give it the information that I wanted to work with. So rather than, oh, go search the internet, here are the lecture notes that I gave, or here is the guideline I'm teaching against, or here is an example of something that I've done. And when it comes to getting the outputs I want, you've got to be very specific in training the AI as to what you want it to do and how. So that's the first step, and I will go through as to how to do that. Then you need to upload the content to be assessed, as I say. Don't just say, take it off the internet, because you don't know what the internet says. It might not be how you've taught, what you have taught your class. So be very careful there. Then you want to develop and refine the multiple choice questions, or, as I'll show you later, other questions. So you need to work with the AI there, and you need to check it for correctness. This is very, very important. Always check for correctness. You check the quality, and also check that the rules that you've given the AI when you trained it were observed. And then you can upload those questions into Funda. And you can convert it to the correct format, create the question bank, and upload the file. So let's start with the first step, training the AI. So if you're going to use ChatGPT, and I have a paid version of ChatGPT, not the very expensive one, just the middle one, which I pay for myself. And I find it very useful because you can create a project in it where you can upload documents that every chat you have in that project, it will then refer to. And a bit of disclaimer here, I'm a pharmacist. I'm not an IT expert or anything. So some of the IT people might think of this and go, oh my word, that's so boring, the stuff that I'm saying today. But for someone who's not an IT expert, I found some of these little tricks quite wonderful. So I create a project, but if you don't have the paid version, you can just upload the documents on the little plus sign on chat or whichever AI you're using. Upload the document that you wanted to refer to. Then you need to upload the rules for your multiple choice questions. Now, I don't know about your faculties or departments, but in pharmacy, we have some very strict rules about our MCQs, how they need to be structured, how the distractors need to be, whether it's a STEM and a question, negative or all of the above, none of the above, that sort of thing. We're very, very strict. And very fortunately, last year, one of my colleagues who's sitting here, Ms. Barry, gave a wonderful PowerPoint presentation to our department on our departmental advice for good quality multiple choice questions. So I just uploaded her PowerPoint presentation into chat under project files and said, here are the rules you have to follow. So that was one of the things that really helped me. Thank you, Janet. So also then, when you're going to ask it to develop the questions, you need to tell it what number of distractors do you want? What is the Bloom's level that you're looking at? Are you looking for applied? Are you looking for very simple? Do you want a STEM and question or just a question? Do you want it to be scenario-based or not? Higher level Bloom's, scenario-based is wonderful. And sometimes multiple choice questions, scenario-based, can be very tricky and can be very effective. I know the medical school uses a lot of almost all multiple choice questions for a lot of their written assessments. But they're difficult multiple choice questions, really high quality multiple choice questions. You need to talk about the plausibility of the distractors, because sometimes it can give you stupid distractors, and any idiot could actually go, sorry, shouldn't use words like that, but any person could go, that's obviously the right answer. If you're assessing a fourth year, you don't want distractors that are so obviously wrong. You want to make the student think. So you can even tell it, the distractors need to be plausible. Indicate if you wanted to give you the correct answer or justification when it draws these up for you. Very helpful. And also, I ask mine to indicate Bloom's level if I want it for moderation. So I will check its Bloom's level, but, ask it to sort of give it at these sort of Bloom's levels as well. It helps. So also then under project files, if I'm doing it in the paid version, I upload what I wanted to assess. So that could be your PowerPoint lectures. It could be journal articles that you've asked your students to read. Could be a guideline. I use a lot of guidelines. I teach good manufacturing practice in my fourth year, and it is based on an international guideline. So wonderful, very readily available guideline that is very standardized through most of the world. So base it on that guideline. Class notes, anything that you know that you've given to your students to engage with that you'd like to assess them on. You can also give it instructions to go to a website or an online forum or a video link even. Just be careful, some of the ChatGPT doesn't have access directly to YouTube videos and things like that. And be very careful there, because sometimes it will just assume the content of the video based on the name. What I learned in the learning teaching week that we did with our faculty, the health science one, that ChatGPT, it's very eager to please. So it will often push for a positive response and skip steps. So that's why you always have to check it. And I like the newer version, which actually shows its thinking, a little bit about what Dr. Fogarty spoke about with deep think. Similar sort of thing, it shows how it's thought, so you can always go in there and see what assumptions it made, so you can make sure it hasn't skipped any steps, because if it does skip any steps, you could be in for problems at the end. Right. So then you develop and define your MCQ. So into chat, say what you want to do. How many questions do you want? Type of questions. The one thing I learned, you see the little light bulb there, that was because I one day I literally got rude with chat. I was like, are you trying to irritate me? Because I kept asking it for questions and it kept just going, marker, and then ABCD, marker, ABCD. I'm like, what on earth does that mean? I was giving it very nice, clear instructions, and it was getting so confused until I realized I was asking it to do too much at once. It's also young. It needs to grow up. Treat it kindly. Give it little bits of information at a time. Yesterday, I challenged it a bit. I tried to, because it's especially as it and I are growing together, I'm giving it more challenging things. And yesterday, I tried very hard to give it a very complicated thing to do. It couldn't. So, but I knew it probably couldn't. I can still get the assessment I want out of it, but I just have to break it down into sections if I want to do it this way. And that's something I'll show you later. I'm talking all over the place at the moment. Okay, start small. If you're going to ask for MCQs, don't ask for more than 10. Check how it's giving. Give it feedback. Was that good or bad? No, change this. Oh, you forgot that rule that I gave you. So you go back and you train it. Then you need to check your MCQs. It can make mistakes. Check that the rules were obeyed. Check for factual accuracy. And also check for language. Obviously, we're dealing with a different student being a multi-linguistic country. Sometimes we have to word things a little bit more differently from how maybe an AI would do it. So check the language. That's the kind of language that you use and that your students understand. What you can then do is download the questions it gives you and refine them offline. Go offline, check them, change things where you need to, and then you can upload the changed ones back to ChatGPT once you've done the changes to the questions that you want. Change in language, change in maybe a question. And even if you want to write all your own questions, you can do that on Word and then upload them to chat and then follow the steps I'm going to teach you now, which is the big time saving. Okay. So consolidate your questions as well if you're looking for more than 10 in one to upload at once. Make your changes on that version. I like to ask it to name my questions rather than number them. Because when you're going into a question bank, otherwise your question bank's just going to have millions of ones and twos and threes. If the question has a name, it's easier for you to search the name of the question, which will be GMP personnel, role of responsible pharmacist, might be a name of the question. Something like that, that you can go, okay, this is a question on that chapter of the GMP guide on the role of the responsible pharmacy. So you'll then know if you're wanting to bring questions into an assessment, which questions you could choose from. So I find, that's just me, find the naming much easier. Once you're satisfied with everything, you can upload that Word document back into chat. Okay. So now you want to upload into Funda. So you can, now this is the big trick. And this is what excited me so much when I discovered it. Because during COVID, I remember trying to get question banks going using the Aiken format and writing the things out into the Aiken format, and I found it quite tedious. Here you can then just put your Word document in and say, please convert this into the Aiken format for upload to Moodle. Or, even better, the GIFT format, which is a lot more flexible. It can give you justifications. And the one I've recently discovered, the Moodle XML format, which is even more flexible, gives a lot more opportunities for immediate feedback for your students and justification. And I've also found some other uses for the Moodle XML format, which I hope we have time to show you after that. Then you go into your Funda, you go to your course and you click on the More tab. I'll show you this now. Select your question bank. Under questions, select categories. You can add a category if you need to, or import it, or choose the category that you want to import it into. Under questions, select import. And then select the file format, the category, and drag and drop the file. So let's show you what that looks like. Okay. So you go to More on your page over there. So the yellow arrows are showing you what to click. The blue arrows are showing you the flow, if that makes any sense. So you start, you click on More, you go to Question Bank. Under Questions, you go Categories, add a category, you add whichever category you want to. Then you're going to go to Questions and you're going to go to Import. Then you import file format, you choose your file format, whether you're using GIFT or Aiken or Moodle XML. You choose which category you want to import it into under General, and then all you do is drag and drop the file that chat has given you into your thing there, and then you check your quiz. So, must be with to create the quiz, you must have it in edit mode. You just simply add an activity or resource, select quiz, select your desired setting. If you want, you can put it with deferred feedback or immediate feedback if you want justification. And then always, 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 always check that it works. If it doesn't work and it gives you an error, this is a little top tip, copy that error into chat and say, when I uploaded this into Moodle, it gave me this error. And then often it'll go, ooh, okay, found it, fix it, and try again. So that is, I found, very, very helpful. Okay. So now we're going to do the activity, but I'm going to give you my final thoughts first, because then I can leave my presentation alone and we can go and play around with chat and with Funda. So yeah, my final thoughts. AI does not replace the lecturer. It needs to be trained. It makes mistakes. You need to work together with it. It is a tool. It is a really useful one, but you need to work together. Be specific with the content you want to assess. That's what I've found is really helpful, because otherwise it gives you all sorts of things. Don't be afraid to experiment. You will spend a lot of time at first doing trial and error, but it is going to save you time in the long run. And you are responsible for the quality, not chat. So it is your responsibility to check that you have got the right quality. You are the lecturer, not chat. Okay. Right. Let's play. So, I have uploaded my rules already into this project, and I've prompted chat that I'm using it. Oh, sorry. Do I just put settings in duplicate? Let's try that. Display. Do I just go onto duplicate? Where does it do that? Okay. No. Please don't flip it, whatever you do. Okay, let me try this again. Just wanted to go on there as well. Now let's hope I don't get any weird messages popping up because I'm showing my live screen. Right, so I have preempted chat that we are going to do this. I have already, as I say, uploaded the rules, and I've uploaded my GMP guideline, which is what I'm going to use as my source material. And I've asked it, please create 10 MCQs of high Bloom's level based on chapter 4 of the PICS guide. Each need 3 distractors. Indicate the correct answer and justification for the correct answer. I'm not asking for Bloom's here because I want to do it as a self-assessment for the students, and they don't. Well, they know what Bloom's is, but they don't need that. I said give each question a name, scenario-based with a STEM and a question, follow all the rules from the PowerPoint. Please make them of a higher Bloom's level. I've already said that here, but I'm saying it again. Let's see. So these are quite nice questions. Already I can see it's nice and applied. So you can see these, I love these little scenarios. If you're just reading some of the things that's coming up, aren't they lovely? And they're quite actually, having worked in pharmaceutical manufacturing, these things are things that happen. So really quite good at that. But that's also because I've been teaching it. I've been sharing it, the kind of questions that I ask and the kind of assessments I set. So I've been training this AI for a while. So it's working nicely with me. Because I don't know about you, I used to be so precious with my MCQs because they're so hard to set and take so much time to set that I almost didn't want to ever share them with my students because you want to reuse them because they're, and now I'm like, here, have MCQs. MCQs for everyone. So it's been great. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to ask it for Moodle XML. Please export to XML format for upload. Is it right? Yeah. Call it Moodle. Not Funda. It doesn't know what Funda is. It knows Moodle. Now, and I don't know how many of you have inputted questions manually into Funda or Moodle before, MCQ questions. How long does it take? One by one. Copy, paste, copy, paste. It's giving me a good think here. Yeah, that's because it's busy doing that. There we go. Now you see what it's doing? It's writing it into the XML format here for me. Now, people from the IT department go, oh, you could have just done that yourself. I can't. That's all the instructions. Shuffle questions, shuffle within all those things that I wanted to do. Done. There it is. All I need to do is click on it. And it's going to download my file. There's my file. Can you see I've been playing with it? Okay, so now what do I need to do? Now it's time for Funda. So I'm going to edit my course, have it on edit mode. This is hidden from students, or else they'd be seeing all sorts of interesting things. And I'm going to do a add an activity or quiz. I'm going to do quiz here. And I'm going to call it documentation quiz. You can give it a description and all that stuff. If you want it to open at a specific time, you put all the timing in that in, the grade, layout, question behavior, you know, okay, deferred feedback. Should we do immediate feedback? Let's do some immediate feedback. So it's going to tell the student immediately if they got it right or wrong. So then they can use it as a little practice thing. Immediate feedback, review options, whether correct, maximum marks, specific feedback, and the right answer. Right, and let's go save and display. Okay, right. So now I've created the quiz. Now let me get the questions first into the question bank. Well, let's go to question bank. And questions. Categories. I'm going to add a category because I want them all together for this. I'm going to call it docu quiz. Nice. Don't need ID number, add category. Cool. Okay. Now I'm going to go to import. It's Moodle XML format, general. I must select my category, otherwise I'm just going to import it anywhere. Docu quiz. And I'm then going to go to my downloads. There's my little file that Moodle created, that chat created for me. I'm going to import it. And it has imported in my questions. Continue. Right, there they are. So let's check my quiz. Let's see if it works. Holding thumbs. Add question. Add from a question bank. Let's find the right category. DocuQuiz. There my questions are that I've just imported. Let me select them. There they are. Preview quiz. Let's see. Has it worked? So here's our scenario. So batch record for sterile injectables. Wasn't that quick? Compared to typing them in by hand. So there's my scenario, which is the most, okay, let me select an answer. Check. No. Correct. Oh, correct. It aligns the GMP documentation explanations, the justification. It requires, there's my full justification. So next page. Let me see if I can, let's go A, whatever it is, and check. No, not the best option. Wrong. Justification. And what the correct answer is. So my students can now test their knowledge, get immediate feedback, see where they're going wrong. And wasn't that really, really quick to put together? So, okay, now we have some time. I discovered this one the other day and I was so excited. Can you tell I get excited by these things? So one of the things that my students have to do is kinetics calculations for sterilization. And it's got to do with microbial death and its log equations. They love them. And so I thought, let me put together a little workshop for them showing the different types of calculations. Very, very brief explanation. So what I did was I asked chat, and let me see if I can actually find the exact chat. So what I did was I uploaded my lecture notes for the calculations up into chat, and then I uploaded some examples of the types of questions that I give my students for these calculations. So the first thing that I did was download a closed question, which means that you can actually, I don't know if any of you have ever done closed questions on Moodle before, but the closed questions allow students to type things in. So you can have a mixture of multiple choice questions and also questions with the answer that they've got to type in, and it will check. What I've also checked with chat since then is, can you make it so that there's variances in the answers and allows for maybe a few different spellings, and it can do that for you as well. I'm not going to take you through the entire process, but basically the first thing I did was just ask it to do some kinetics closed questions for me so that the students could test themselves. And I just want to show you what it came up with. Let me just get to that module. My courses. CTM 301. Okay. Sterilization practice questions. It wants me to, let me restart the attempt. How do I restart the attempt? Okay, it wants to continue with the last preview. But it shows you this is the question. And I don't know, the other day it wouldn't let me if I finished the attempt. I think it's because I'm working. There we go. Submit all and finish. Submit all and finish, okay. All right. Now maybe it will let me restart. Preview quiz. Okay, so what I did was I did the same thing I did, asked it to put in the examples of the questions I'd asked in the past, and then asked it to put together some closed questions and export it into the Moodle XML format. And then when I uploaded the quiz, I said just use the Moodle XML again, and uploaded this in, and it made this thing. So you can see that here I actually need values from my students. And then there's some multiple choice things. I'm just putting check, no, I'm wrong. And then at the bottom, it gives me my justification with the correct formula that the students should have used so that they know how to do it further. And then I gave them a number of questions like that they could work through in their own time, giving them the immediate feedback. So that was the next thing I did. And then I got really, really clever. And they said, they said, oh, do you want me to export it to a SCORM package? Now, I've used a SCORM package once during COVID. It was a pre-existing SCORM package that I used as a simulation module for my sterile practicals. And so I kind of had done something with SCORM before, but didn't really, I don't know how to form a SCORM package. So I said to chat, yeah, do me a little SCORM package. So what I'd asked it to do was give a little explanation for each of the calculation, type of calculation and an example. And it said, oh, do you want a SCORM package? I'm like, yeah. So it downloaded this little zip file, which I then did the exact same thing on Moodle that I've done, but instead of selecting quiz, you select SCORM. Select SCORM package, drag the zip file in, and lo and behold, it gave me and I mean, this took me 15 minutes. This. Welcome. Moist heat sterilization kinetics. We're going to calculate D values, Z values, log reduction values, and time and temperature adjustments. So D value is time in minutes for certain bacteria to reduce the microbial population by 1 log. Gives an example, and then it gives you a little one to calculate yourself and a little quiz. What I've also asked it to do, though, is expand this and do it with a little bit more depth for the students as well. But this was the first attempt, and I loved just how it was simple. You know, the students, not too much blurb, just this is the formula, this is how you do the calculation, and the little quiz at the end to see if they're getting it. I then said, hey, these are a little bit too simple. Give me another one, a little bit more advanced. And so it then gave me a more advanced one, which also same calculations, but using partial values, and also with a little quiz at the end. And then I decided to become really, well, I thought, let me start pushing the boundaries a bit. Let's go back to CTM 402. And one of the things, I actually don't lecture this section, but one of my colleagues does, because for our fourth year, as part of their internship exam is calculations. And they really struggle, and they need practice with those. So in our fourth year, we definitely give them the calculations part, or practices, and a little test, and that just makes sure they're doing it so that when they get to their fourth year exam, they are, not their fourth year, their internship exam, they are prepared. I put into chat what the curriculum, the types of pharmaceutical calculations that the curriculum says the students need to know, and said, do me a little SCORM package with a very simple, this is the calculation, this is how you do it, and quiz. So here are all the different calculations that needs to be able to do, and the student can click on which one they want to look at. This took me 5 minutes. And their bioequivalence, this is the worked example, and then it gives them some test questions, some stability calculations, freezing point, so it says exactly what type of calculation is, some worked examples so they can see how it works, and then the answers. Obviously, you can also ask it to expand and give a lot more detail if you wanted to, but this is a really, really good start, and nice little resource for the students to have to just remind themselves on the various types of calculations. So that's really what I've got to show you. Hope that was interesting. And yeah, are there any questions for anyone? Yes. So the reason I used Moodle XML is I found that when I was doing the closed questions, it worked better, and it just seemed to upload the justifications and that better. When I started using it, it just seemed a little bit more flexible. I don't know the very reasons why it is, but when I started playing with it, it was just giving me more flexibility. Maybe someone from the IT department can give me some more insight as to why that is. But it was just from trial and error. Personally found Moodle XML a little bit easier.
Okay. I think just something from the LXD side, LT Collab, in Moodle 5, the upgrade, the question banks are going to be attached to the lecturers. So you don't have to worry about, I think it's important to know how to create question banks, because now you can move your question banks between modules because they're attached to you. So if you make that question or that question bank, you can always use it in another module as well. So this is really groundbreaking for us. And we've often had to pay for SCORM packages to be created. So the fact that you can make SCORM packages with 400 Rand per month? What?
I think the free one can do it as well. I'm not sure.
Because it's on Copilot now. GPT-5 is on Copilot.
I haven't tried with Copilot, I must.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you so much.
No, pleasure. Yeah. As I say, I am just a pharmacist, so an inquisitive one.
Yes. I really quite enjoy this. I love using the quizzes, but building the question bank for me was a headache and I just stopped. So thank you, you have re-inspired me. And can I make you like my mentor? So that when I get stuck, I can call and say, hey,
You're
I'm
welcome
stuck here.
to call. You're welcome to call. I don't know if I'll always be able to fix it. As I say, a lot of the time it gives me an error, and I just put that error into chat and say, hey, what did you do wrong? And it goes, oh, this is what I did wrong. And fixes it.
No, I really enjoy that because for me it's mostly like it's open questions and I'd want them to give different perspectives. So you're saying that it allows for that. So I think there's a lot of room to play with. So yeah, thanks a lot.
No, absolute pleasure.
And maybe to the LXD. To the LXD. Can we, are you, in future, are you looking forward to us having this on Funda so that we don't have to go via ChatGPT, download, and then go back to that? What's the future looking like in terms of allowing us to use the AI within the Funda itself?
Oh, that's a wonderful question.
I didn't mean to make you run, sorry. Okay. So I cannot speak for the AI integration into Funda. I think that's a bigger institution decision, and when we have plugins, there's a whole series of checks that have to be done before we can use them in the platform. Dr. Badr, maybe you can speak to that in terms of your script that you've run for translation. However, something that we are really focused on is prompt creation or prompt creation and set prompts so that when you pop onto Funda, if you have your questions and we have Copilot, which is covered by the institution, already have the prompts ready for you in terms of, okay, I need true or false questions. I need to think about them in terms of the Bloom's taxonomy. How can I make sure I ask the right questions to the right students? And then, of course, we'll provide the training and guidelines around that. I think a big theme from the last couple of days is guidelines as opposed to policy. So the policies, I can't control that personally on my team, but we can assist with the guidelines, and the resources are already there. So maybe not a direct integration as yet, I can't speak for that, but in terms of the guidelines and the created prompts already to help you just put in the right information to get the right thing so we don't have stumbling blocks like Samantha and I did. That's something definitely we can help you with. Yeah.
Anything else for anyone? Yes.
Thank you so much. That was inspiring. I'm just wondering, if we had essay-type questions, would this still work where the AI actually marks the thing for us?
So I haven't really experimented that much with that. I know some of the other departments have. I think it's there's a lot more to it than when you do have the essay type questions, because then you're looking at thematic analysis, almost asking it to do almost a thematic analysis for you of what the students has answered and say things. I think there are ways, but I personally haven't really gone there yet. I want to, when I set, especially for my fourth years, I set high-level Bloom's MCQs as part of it to test a lot of just the stuff that I expect them to have some insight into, but where I really want to see if they can connect the dots. I give them a risk assessment to do. I make them do a failure modes and effects analysis. I give them a root cause analysis to do based on a scenario. Those things I want to be marking myself, because I want to see if the students, even if I know there's 100 students in the class or more, I want to see if the students, if the penny is dropping, if they are connecting those dots, if the way that I'm approaching it is working. So I as repetitive and as time-consuming it is, those kind of questions I still do want to mark myself. Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, Jennifer.
I won't talk for long, but you told me about the rubrics that you create, and you use Funda to mark with rubric. I think a lot of people do use the rubrics. So perhaps AI can help with the topic and creating the rubric that you'll then go and put into Funda to use for your marking. So because that's how you mark your longer questions.
So that is how my longer questions I do on rubric marking, because, well, especially for my good manufacturing practice, I don't have one specific answer. I'm looking at to see how the student has thought. And I know in the humanities, I think they use a lot of rubric marking as well, because it's trying to see if students have grasped concepts or if they made the connections. So there, if you have the students submitting in whatever they're submitting on the Funda platform, you can create your rubric in Funda, and then you just click on the box that forms into the rubric, it calculates for you, and for each step there is an option to give feedback, written typed feedback on the rubric in Funda. So I do that as well. So especially my assignments or anything like that, I use that for the marking, and then the students get immediate feedback as soon as you have done the marking on Funda. Question over there.
Just in answer to your question, I've experimented marking essays with, in a workshop with teachers, and it was far, far, far too strict. Terms like acceptable, it's far too strict, but it gives very, very good feedback on essay structuring, for example. But I don't know if you can adjust maybe the whole cohort. Similarly, you could, but we couldn't get a level right.
Yeah, once again there, you could almost give AI the rubric and ask it to mark according to the rubric, but you're going to, I haven't done this though, you're going to have to train it as to what the level is that you're wanting. So that's the thing that, as I say, AI have discovered what you put in is what you get out. Yeah.
If I may also ask a question, because it's on the internet, can students now Google or ask AI, can I have Mrs. Worthington's last the conversation with you?
No. They won't be able to find that information, no.
Thank you.
Not as far as I've seen. Yeah, but no. Yes.
Thank you. This has been a really fascinating session that you've given us. And I've got... okay, sorry. Amanda Singleton from accounting. I've really enjoyed your presentation. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought, and I'm actually left with more questions than answers, but I'm not going to ask all of them now. But mine is linked to your questions, so they might not be able to Google your last chat. But if they're trying to anticipate questions, etc., can they Google? And because I've always, one of the things I've been wanting to do is develop questions or to get a solution generated that I can get students to critique. But I always wonder if it's out there, will the students be able to somehow access it and see it beforehand, and then will that have a negative influence? And I guess it's my own ignorance that I just worry about the stuff being out there.
They won't be able to get the exact one, but if a student is going to the effort of Googling the types of questions it might expect, that student deserves to do well, because they're preparing themselves for the exam. They're preparing themselves. If I were a student nowadays, I'd be doing that all the time to try and, okay, this is a really off topic, but I'll never forget my Afrikaans teacher at school was the head marker for Matric Afrikaans for the Eastern Cape or for Port Elizabeth. And because she, every year, interacted so much with the paper that the matrics were given, every paper that she set us for Afrikaans from grade 8 until I was in matric, because we had the same, for first language we had the same teacher, every paper was in the way that she saw every year the matric paper would be. So when I got to matric and I saw that paper, my teacher had not set it. She wasn't the examiner. She was a marker, so she was familiar with the paper, but she hadn't set the paper. I looked at that paper and thought, this may as well have been one of hers. And you know how nice it was sitting there in matric exam and looking at this paper and going, this is what I expected, and the confidence it gave me. Now, if I were a student now, I'd absolutely be going to going to chat and saying, what are the types of questions that I might be able to anticipate? Because the more you're exposed to, the more comfortable you're going to be in the exam when you get something like that, and you'll have practiced it. And so to me, if a student is going to do that, great for them. It doesn't scare me. It actually enthuses me. I hope the students are doing that they're going and looking for the type of question that we might be asking them.
Sorry, just a follow-up comment. So I fully support that, but I think, and I don't know if it's a coping strategy, but what we're finding with our students is they're wanting to do as many questions as possible to memorize the solutions. And then they're trying to take a memorized solution and force it onto the question we've given them. But I'm also from a professional, training, educating aspiring professionals, and it's about training them or developing their thinking skills so that they, doesn't matter what scenario they're faced with in practice, they can take their knowledge and skills and apply it for the given circumstances. And for me, that's my fear, is that it's going to drive the wrong behavior where students are now spending all their time and energy looking for the perfect solutions so that they can game us in the assessments rather than investing the time to do the thinking, that develop their thinking. Maybe it's an unfounded fear, but it's just a concern I have.
For me, I've actually found the opposite. Because some of the scenarios and that are so difficult to work out and to come across and to figure out, in the past I used to sometimes reuse 3 years later or whatever. Now I'm hardly doing that at all. So the chances of my students having the old paper and the what I also did with my GMP exam, we often speak about integrity in assessments, that your first assessment and your second assessment, your main exam and then your re-exam or second exam need to be at the same level. I basically set the same question paper but with a different scenario. The question type were exactly the same, but the information and the answers were obviously very different. But it was literally almost a duplication, but completely different scenario. Therefore, the thinking, are still teaching them the thinking, but what the output is going to be, need to be very different. So I think if there's a lot out there, I don't think it's a problem. And as I say, the chances of them finding your specific example, that was, I don't think so. Also because it's generating. It's unless you're going to put your test online, I don't think it's going to be giving out that exactly. I haven't found that, at least. Anything else for anyone? Great. Well, then I'm going to close off the session today. I just want to encourage you. The one thing that that I found with this was just experiment. Have a bit of fun. Be patient. And try. You never know what it could give you. But also remember, we are still more intelligent than AI in that we are the ones who know our students. We are the ones who know our profession. As clever as it might be able to solve problems, chat has never been an accountant. Chat has never been a pharmacist. Chat has never been a lawyer. It doesn't know the lived experience. And that is why we are still so important, because we are the only people and beings that can impart that into our students. No AI can do that. Thank you very much.